All right, the mic is open. Free subby. What's going on, everybody? We're back. We're so back, as they say. I can't fully commit to saying that, if I'm being honest. I'm still recovering from last week. But I'm feeling good, feeling close. I'm feeling close to being back to 100%. I'm still a little tired, still a little brain foggy. Yesterday was really tough. I've been having like intense caffeine withdrawal because I have a very like regimented schedule with caffeine normally, and I don't drink it every day. And usually when I do drink it, it's like one a day, whatever it is. Some days more than others, but usually only one drink. Sometimes like 1.5 or 2. But during convention week, I was just subsisting on caffeine. Like I would start my day with a liquid breakfast of protein powder and a teaspoon of matcha, and that would kind of like carry me through the day at a low simmer. And then I would like take coffee when I could find it, and there was free Red Bull everywhere. There was one day where I drank 2 Red Bulls, which is something I would never do. You know, and I'm drinking like tea with little small doses. So I was drinking a lot of caffeine and not doing a lot of sleeping during the convention, because that's just kind of how it goes. So then coming home, and then also like the drive to Minnesota and back, obviously I need a lot of caffeine for that too, because I'm driving for 17 hours straight. So I gotta like pace out my caffeine for that. Excuse me? Who is doing that? Thank you so much. SNES, hello. Also, Kiki, thank you for the resub. Would you like a spin? I'm gonna start asking y'all. I'm never going to assume spins anymore. That's gonna be the new rule. Every time somebody subs or hits a bits threshold, I'm gonna ask them if they want a spin. We're gonna try that out. Kiki says yes. No, that wasn't you, Brack. That's actually me. Also, hello, Brack. Nice to see you. I'm gonna find out who that was. Or maybe it was you with the dono. Maybe that's what you meant. The sound is me. It was Nate. Nate, thank you so much for the $5. Consider this my April subscription. Welcome back. Looking forward to Uncharted 2. Thank you so much, Nate. You're too kind. Yeah, that's an old soundbite from a Backlog Boys session where Woo Daddy. Thank you, Brack. Would you like a spin? That's a sound from an old Backlog Boys session, but it happened between episodes. Vaughn like got up to go to the bathroom or like grab a drink or whatever, and I just like stretched, and that's the sound that came out of my mouth. And I didn't think anything of it at the time, but when I listened back to it when I was editing, I was like, that's weird. And I tried to like recreate the sound, and I couldn't do it again. It was some weird combination of like a weird voice, but I think I did it like while I was yawning. So I've never been able to recreate it. So like, this is such a special soundbite because this is me making a sound, but I've never been able to make this sound again. So I should just save it. But I never was like, I never knew what I was gonna do with it. It just lived in a folder. So when I was setting up Ko-fi and I needed a custom sound, I was like, sure, this will get my attention. Thank you again, Nate. Yo, Sam, how you doing? All right, so we need to swap over here. We can chat for a little bit because we got some catching up to do. I've got some catching up to do. Let's go right over here. Yo, what's up, everybody? You're doing well. That's good to hear. I'm doing well also. I am recovering from VGMCon. And I feel like I'm mostly physically recovered. I'm definitely still a little bit tired. I'm definitely dealing with like some caffeine withdrawal, and I have to get like back on my pacing and my schedule, and like reset my intake and my tolerance. I'm drinking caffeine right now, so the withdrawal isn't really going to hit me right now, because this is a time when I would normally drink it. But I'm feeling good. It was a great time. A lot of fun things happened. Made a lot of new friends. And it's always nice, like, so after the convention is over, there's always this feeling of like, you know, you have the combination of like, you know, post-con depression that a lot of people talk about, you know, because you have kind of like a mountaintop experience because you're like entrenched in the most like appropriate community for you, you know, and so you're around all these like-minded people, and you're kind of in like a bubble of like, you know, everyone being like wholesome and affectionate, like in just a very natural way that's like not rehearsed or like saccharine, and then you have to like go back to reality. For one, that effect is less pronounced for me than normal because I'm not going back to work. I'm just coming back home. That makes a huge difference. Like going to VGMCon and like, you know, everybody and everyone's your friend and like we're having a good time and it's fun, and then going back to like a quiet office and like random people like yelling at you was always just like the weirdest like whiplash, emotional whiplash of just like, oh right, this is like the real world, and like where I just was is like a fanciful place that doesn't really exist, even though it totally does. So that's less pronounced, which is nice. But also being one of the organizers of the event, there's always a sense coming away from the event of like, you feel good because you did it, and you know your plans more or less worked, and people are telling you that it was a good event and that that they had a good time there, which like means so much. But you also like are behind the curtain and you know all the things that didn't go right, or all the things that like almost went wrong, and the things that were like disorganized, and the things that like hung by a thread, and all these other things. And so you also have to like reckon with that. So like you're reminded that like you did a good job and you should be proud, but also like there's a lot to unpack and like work on, because there were like, you know, there were mistakes, there were sketchy things, whatever. So I'm just percolating and unpacking all of that. I have to set up all of our post-mortem meetings. You know, I have to have a meeting with all these like different people in like miniature departments to like hear from them on like things that went well and things that didn't, and you know, come up with ways to fix the things that didn't go well or make them better. So you also have this sense of like, oh, this sense of relief, like, oh, we made it to the end of the convention, you know, I can relax, my work is over. But that's not really true. There's like a new phase of work that begins, and then I can't really like fully unload mentally until this phase is complete and we enter the like summer lull between the previous convention and the next convention. I have to like keep as much as I can in my brain for like how things felt and like how things went. I can't let that go yet. I have to keep it in. So with that being said, let's see if I remember how to stream. It's only been 2 weeks, but it feels like it's been a year since I last streamed. It's also weird that the last time I streamed was like a weird strange stream. The last time I was live was the 1500 exercises stream, which feels so long ago. Like, just the sequence of events since then is so dense. Because I did that stream and realized I'm going to be too busy to stream next week because it's the week before VGMCon, but also I have like 2 different family members coming to visit for 2 different chunks of the week. And that also overlaps with stream. So that like added time. We spent 2 nights with my aunt and uncle, which was fantastic. And they got to meet the baby for the first time. And then spent Thursday and Friday with my dad, who was just, you know, his goal is to make a visit at least once a month to see the baby, his grandson. And then he has friends nearby that he goes and like stays with and plays music with. So he stops here on his way down there. and then it was like, okay, family's finally gone. We have the whole weekend to like get ready for this cross-country trip that we're about to do. We're taking the little guy in the car for his first long car ride. And he's going to a new place, and we got to make sure that we have everything that he needs, because we have everything that we need here, but we've never like practiced being out of the house for a long time with him. So it's like, okay, we got to make sure that we like don't forget something that's like essential, especially if it's something that we can't just like run out and buy while we're in another state. So that was like a little bit of anxiety, but we did great. I'm good at making packing lists. The only thing that I forgot to bring on our trip to VGMCon was toothpaste. And the reason why I forgot to bring it was because it was the one thing that I didn't write down on my list. I have a very methodical process of where I like make these categorized lists of like, here's what goes in my suitcase, here's what goes in the ice chest, here's what goes in the car, here's what the baby needs, and all these other things. And I write them down as I think of them, and then as they like go into the place where they need to go, they get checked off or striked through or whatever. And then I like highlighted the things that needed to be bought at the store, you know, all these things. But I didn't write down toothpaste, so when I went to go pack all my toiletries, I checked my list, I had everything on my list, cool, that means I've got everything. But I didn't have toothpaste. But the lady brought an extra one, so we were totally fine there. So that's pretty good. I always take solace in the tradition that you have to forget something. You can't pack and go somewhere. Like if you pack and go somewhere and you didn't forget something, you didn't forget at least one thing, then something doesn't feel right. It's like you didn't really leave. I don't know. That's just something I tell myself to make myself feel better, I guess. Also, I think my voice is still recovering. I feel like I sound a little bit different. Maybe I don't. Like, you know, when you don't sleep, or you're really dehydrated, or you're sick, and your voice gets a little bit lower, and you have a lot of fry. I feel like that's kind of where I'm sitting right now. But maybe not. Maybe I'm just not used to hearing myself talk quite as much. Because for as much hustle and bustle as there is during con week, I definitely don't talk as much as I would. No con crud. No con crud for me. We're all feeling good, which is great. I was basically resigning myself to like, okay, the baby doesn't go to daycare. He doesn't go out a lot. We're going to take him to a place that has a bunch of people, and he's going to meet a bunch of people and get handled by some people. He's going to get sick. I just resigned myself to that. He's going to get sick, and then we're going to get whatever it is. It's going to run its way through the house. We were just preparing ourselves for that, and we were just like, hopefully we can get home before that happens. But it doesn't seem like that's happening. So we're good. It's probably partially in part to the lady being stuck in the hotel room a lot of the time, which sucks. Some of you that were at VGMCon already know this, but you know, this was the first time that the lady had been to VGMCon since 2020, when we still lived in Minnesota. So she was very excited to see, like, you know, we've moved locations since then. We've like tripled in size. And you know, I'm always talking about it, obviously, when I'm getting stressed out and preparing for it. So she was excited to see like how far it's come and what it looks like, and meet all these people that I talk about, and you know, that kinds of thing. And people were excited to meet the baby and all that sort of thing. So she was really excited to like go to the convention. And she told her family that we were coming up because a lot of her family lives up there, and they haven't seen the baby yet. So she was like, hey, you know, and she set her boundaries really well. She wrote this long message to send to her whole family, and I like helped her write it, and she wrote it really well. And she was like, hey, I'm coming up with Austin to go to VGMCon, and we don't get to go anywhere together very often, so this is like a vacation for us together, and he's going to be busy working it, but I really want to go to it and see it. So if you want to come hang out with me and see the baby, you need to come to the convention. I'm not going to leave the hotel. I'm not going to go out to dinner with you. I'm not going to come over to your house. You have to come to us and do what I want to do if you want to see me. And I was really proud of her for setting those boundaries so plainly, because she really struggles with that. Her family takes advantage of her a lot in those kinds of ways. But what ended up happening is they came to the hotel, but they didn't want to go to the convention. So they just ended up trapping her in the hotel. And so it's like, oh yeah, we came to see you, but we're still keeping you from doing what you want to do. Like, she might as well have left the hotel and gone to their house or gone to dinner or whatever. She was just trapped in the hotel room with her family and the baby. And she was beset by a different group of people each day of the convention. So on Friday, one particular family came to visit and hang out, and they were there for like 6 hours. And then on Saturday, a different family came and hung out for like 6 hours. And then on Sunday, a different family came and hung out for like 4 hours. So she got to go to the convention, but not very much. Not as much as she wanted. And she was really disappointed that, you know, her family kind of led her to believe that they understood the boundary, but then they didn't really respect it. And so she's like, next time we go up there, we're not going to tell them that we're going, because I don't trust them to respect the boundary. And if they find out that we were up there and we didn't say anything and they get mad, so be it. And I wasn't as surprised by this behavior, personally, because it's just easier to see things like that as an outsider. You know, that's her family. That's been her family her whole life. It's easier for me to see some of this stuff as an outsider who's been around her family since we've been together. Because they always like, they always act like they're really interested in what I'm doing because they don't see a lot of me. And I get the feeling that they're like worried about that, you know? They project things onto our relationship by being like, oh, well, every time we talk to you on the phone or on FaceTime or whatever, he doesn't come like sit with you and talk to us too. So what does that mean? You know, and what it means is I just don't really care about them that much, because they don't care about me as much as they pretend to. And that's fine. That's fine. I'm I'm not as like all up in my family as they are, or as they try to be. Like, I don't talk to my family very often, and I like them. I love my family, but I don't like talk to my cousins and my aunts and uncles like every week. You know, I see them like a couple times a year, maybe less, especially, you know, after becoming an adult. I used to see them all the time when I was a kid, and I loved that. But like, I'm not just gonna like I don't just call my dad to talk to him like every week. I don't do that. I love my dad, but like, you know, we talk like every couple of weeks, or, you know, once a month when he comes to see the baby or whatever, and that's fine. And like my extended family, you know, Thanksgiving, Christmas, every other year-ish, something like that. But like the ladies' family, they're like always talking, and they want to know what's going on, and I'm just not like that. And I don't know. They've always acted like they're super interested in like what I'm doing. Like, oh, he's into music, and oh, what's this VGM con thing, and like what's this Twitch thing, or, you know, whatever it is. But like, it's just patently obvious to me that they're just keeping up appearances, and that's fine. You know, like, I don't need them to be interested in what I'm doing. They're just like trying to project a certain surface level of interest in what I'm doing, because like we're, you know, related by marriage, and like that's totally acceptable to me. But I think for the lady, I guess maybe she read into it a little bit more and thought that like these people like actually were interested in what I was doing, you know, and they weren't just like asking her about it because they want to like let her know that they know that I exist and what I do, kind of thing, you know? Like you might ask your friend like, "Oh yeah, I remember your brother was trying to fix his car," you know, and like you don't care about that person's brother's car. You're just making conversation, or you're just trying to show your friend that you listen to them when they talk. You know, you're not actually like, "Wow, I've been thinking about your brother and that car of his," right? You know, it's that kind of a thing. I don't know what you call that. Keeping up appearances has such like a negative connotation, and I'm not trying to say that this is like a negative thing necessarily, but I think the lady was disappointed because she thought that these people were actually invested in my pursuits, and that they were gonna like come to VGM Con and like check it out and like talk to me about it and like congratulate me. And, you know, obviously none of that happened. I didn't think any of that was gonna happen, because I feel like it's more obvious to me as an outsider where they stand. Anyways, this is really irrelevant, and I don't know why I'm talking about it. I guess I'm just venting a little bit for her sake. Your mom can't understand that that's how you and your siblings operate? Oh, like you don't talk to each other very often? And she's like, "Oh, you never talk," and she thinks it's a bad thing, but y'all are just like, "Nah, we love each other, we just got our own stuff," kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, communication expectations are different for everybody. And for some people, when you don't talk to them, they feel like you don't care about them anymore. But not everybody feels that way. And I'm very much that way. Like, I can think of probably a dozen people that I haven't talked to in like 10 plus years, but I still care about them. And if we talked, like, I would tell them how much I cared about them, and I'd want us to pick up right where we left off. You know, and if they were like, "Oh, you haven't like reached out in like 10 years, man. Screw you. Thought you cared about me." Then I'd just be like, "Oh, that's too bad." Maybe it's somehow linked to like small talk, because I don't like small talk. And like, you know, maybe reaching out to somebody just because, or because you feel like, oh, I haven't talked to them in a while, so I should talk to them just to remind them that, like, I exist and that I know that they exist and that I, like, want them to be in my life. It just feels, like, weirdly calculated, I guess, if you didn't have a reason to reach out to them. But maybe some people need that. I don't know. Yo, what's up, Randy? How you doing? Thank you for lurking. It's been 30 minutes since I went live, and we haven't even, like, entertained the idea of a video game. I might be stalling because I'm a little nervous. But let's get into it. Enough family philosophy. We have some Final Fantasy Tactics to play, where there will be plenty of other familial drama. The last time that we played this game was about 3 weeks ago, on March 28th. And I took a lot of notes that day. Like almost 4 full pages in the notebook. So I'm gonna take my time going over what happened to get up to speed, because this game requires my full attention. And we're gonna see how long that takes. And then we're gonna jump in to day 11. The last stream was the end of a chapter, which seems very convenient to start a new chapter after some time away from the game. But it also means that the last stream, there was a big amount of, like, lore that was dumped. So, I just realized that my pen is in another room. I need to go grab that really quick. So let me just throw up the BRB screen for a second, and we'll be right back, and we'll start tactics. Thank y'all for being here. Okay. We also have some wheel spins to do, because you want to spin too, Brack, right? So, we're changing some things around. We've got the spin wheel here, as you know, or as you may not know. Every sub, every 500-bit milestone, cumulatively, we normally would just automatically spin this wheel. But I've been getting the impression, over the last, I don't know, year of having the wheel, sorry, I needed to look at Backlog Baby on the monitor for a second. I've been getting the impression that sometimes people don't necessarily want to spin the wheel because they're afraid of derailing the conversation or the gameplay. Probably usually the gameplay. So they might wait to do their sub offline or whatever. So now I'm going to try something out for the next period of time, indeterminate period of time. Whenever you sub, or we cross one of those bit thresholds, I'm going to ask you if you would like a spin. So we're going to try that out, see how it goes. Yeah, for the next insert time, exactly. And I guess for those of you that are regulars, which is most of you, we can also do a thing where, like, you know, somebody like Brack, if I'm constantly asking you every month, on your resub, do you want to spin? And you're always like, yes, yes, spin the wheel. You can say like, you can also say, it's always a yes from me. And I'll just do my best to like remember that. You can also like in your sub message, you could say, I don't want to spin. Or you could say, spin later or something. And we can try to juggle stuff like that too. Yeah, it's very context dependent. So I guess I'm gonna like put it in y'all's hands a little bit and just see what happens. We're just gonna see what happens. It may not be any different than it was before. We'll see. But we're gonna try it out. All right, 1 second.
Please spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby.
Okay. You did resub on offline, but you didn't want to wait like 2 weeks. Please spin me right round. I'm sorry that I missed that voice to text, Rez. Thank you so much for the 54 months. All right, so that's 3 spins plus 1 that I owe to Aelise from like 3 weeks ago. So we're gonna spin the wheel 4 times in a row here. This is great wheel spinning music too. Let's get right to it. And I'll tell you why I stepped out of the room in a second. Okay, let's go over here where we can see the wheel real nice. Why aren't you hearing me for that? Hold on. Sure, you can have a spin, Nate. Absolutely. Why not? Check, check. That's so weird. There we go. You were so surprised to see Aelise and Raccoon Fiasco at VGM? Yeah, I guess I knew that they were going to be there, so I didn't bother to say anything to you. There we go. Well, once I found out that Aelise was performing, I knew that they would both be there. And then I guess I also helped them secure badges, so I also knew that they were going to be there based on that. Okay, let's do some spins. We're gonna spin 5 times because we're gonna add 1 for Nate. Let's go over to the wheel. Should be hearing me on the lav just fine. Now, if you've never been here for wheel spins before, or if it's been a while, let's refresh our memory on the rules. Orange wedges and pink wedges are locked at the beginning of every stream. What that means is the first time one of those colors gets landed on, it unlocks a tasting. Orange is snack tasting and pink is soda tasting. After that color gets landed on, then those wedges are unlocked for the rest of the stream, meaning that if they get landed on again, we'll actually do the thing that's on them. Yellow and green are unlocked from the start. They happen as soon as they get landed on. The other rule is you can't land on the same thing twice in a row. So if we, spin our first spin, obviously it can be anything. But let's say we do our first spin and we land on a pink wedge. Let's say we land on this Discord Despot wedge. Instead of doing Discord Despot, we would unlock a soda tasting, right? Which is the first pink spin of the day. Then we'd unlock those, and let's say we spin it again and we landed on Discord Despot again. That would be an exception, because technically we landed on the same wedge, but a different thing is happening. We would allow that. But if we spun and we landed on 10 push-ups, and then we spun again and landed on 10 push-ups again, we would just re-spin until we landed on something different. And the last rule is, if we manage to hit every single wedge on the wheel, all 12, at least one time throughout the course of a single stream, it unlocks a Sunday bonus stream. Normally we unlock Sunday bonus streams with just good old-fashioned subs, the one at the top there, which we're pretty close to doing. Every 25 subs, it's a rolling sub goal, doesn't like reset after any given period of time. It just sits there until it fills up. Every time it fills up, the lady joins me for a Sunday stream and we play point and click games together. We just finished the Telltale Batman, and we're gonna be starting Grim Fandango, which you all voted for. It's gonna be a first playthrough for both of us. We will be starting that day one on the next Sunday stream, whenever it happens. So Sunday streams happen when that bar fills up, but they also happen if we black out the wheel. And those can stack up, like on top of each other. Multiple bonus streams can be unlocked at the same time, and then that would just mean we would stream however many weeks in a row. It's happened before. When we did that marathon of, what was that for my birthday? Was it Zelda? Yeah, when we did Tears of the Kingdom during my last birthday week, because it came out like right around my birthday, I think, and I streamed a whole bunch. We did kind of like a birthday subathon type thing. We unlocked like 5 or 6 bonus streams or something like that. And so we just streamed for like 6 weeks in a row. It was fun. So that's how that works. Let's start spinning. The first spin is for Aelise, because we owe this one to her from a couple weeks ago. I can't remember which stream it was, but it was before my last stream. I'm petting Gobi with my leg. That's why I'm doing this with my leg. Gobi's down here. I'm not just stimming and being strange. All right, our first wedge is an orange one, which means we've unlocked a snack tasting, which is excellent because there's a lot of new snacks in the snack log. I actually got gifted some snacks while I was at VGMCon. Spin number 2 is for Kiki. What'll it be? 5 pull-ups. That's gonna be hard today. I can guarantee it. I got a lot of exercise while I was at the con, but not like, you know, typical exercise. A lot of walking. All right, puppy time. This spin belongs to, who does this spin belong to? Brack? This spin belongs to Brack. Brack, pick a puppy. And we'll bring them on stream for a little bit. They're both right here, laying down on the ground, being so good. I missed them so much while we were gone. All right, this next spin belongs to Nate. Spin number 4. Brack picks Nima. Good pick. Oh, and Emily's here. Hi, Emily. Okay, we landed on Wordle. So this is not the same twice in a row, but it is one that we've landed on already. So that's unfortunate for the blackout hopefuls, but we will do a Wordle. We will crush a Wordle on stream for Nate. And our last spin for now, number 5, this one belongs to Rez. Emily was at VGMCon as well. 5 more pull-ups. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's gonna suck. So let's see. Here's how we're gonna do this. I'm gonna try to do as many pull-ups as I can right now because I owe you 10. We'll take a little break and do puppy time and Wordle. And then hopefully I can do the rest of the pull-ups after that. And I'll save the snack tasting for after the first ad break. That's what I'm thinking, because I'm still pretty full from eating earlier. I had pizza for breakfast. Wasn't really breakfast, but it was the first thing I ate today, so. Anyways, let's get this wheel out of the way. We're gonna go over here into the doorway to the pull-up bar, and I'm gonna do 5 curl grip pull-ups. What am I saying? I owe you 10. If I can do more than 5 in one go, I will, but I highly doubt I'll be able to do more than 5. Because pull-ups are really hard for me, and I haven't done any type of like normal regimented exercise since the 1500 exercise stream. I did a lot of walking at VGM Con. My calves were like rocks. My hamstrings are really tight. And I got a lot of cardio, but didn't really do anything with the rest of my body. I probably walked a full marathon that week. I would say easily. I think one time Tom wore a pedometer for VGM Con week, and it was like 100,000 steps or something like that. And he's a runner. He's actually training for a marathon coming up pretty soon here. All right, that's 4. Call that there. Let's get Nima up here. Come here, Nima. Come say hi to Bracken, everybody. Come here, Big Boochie. Come on. She's like, he's not talking to me, right? Come here. Come here. Come on. She's like, oh, you are talking to me. She's like, I thought you were doing that thing where you just talk to nobody. Come here. Oh, yeah. There's a big girl. So they went to go stay with Danny and his family while we were gone, which we love. Yeah, Gobi is standing by for her turn. But we were so glad to bring them home. We miss our doggies when we're away. It's good that they have somewhere to go that they like. Danny's family likes having them over and hosting them. And they have their good doggy friend Rocky there as well. Nima, that's not enough puppy time. Here, let's go over here. Come here, Nima. Come here. Come out here where they can see you. Can you sit? You gotta go over here a little bit. Sit. There, they can see you right there. Can you touch your nose? Good. 2 paws. Good. I didn't say speak. Sit. You got excited, huh? High 5. Good. Other. Good. Same. Good. Other. Yeah. Other. Oh, I got you. I tricked you. Same. Yeah. Now can you speak? Yeah. Can you whisper? Yeah. Can I have a hug? Yeah. Good Poochie. Good Poochie. All right. That's all you get. Yeah, Gobi's like, all right, I'm ready for my close-up. Mr. What's the famous line? I almost said Mr. Hitchcock. I don't think that was a Hitchcock line. Okay, let's try for some more pull-ups. I owe you 6 more. Okay, there's 4 more, so that's 8. I owe you 2 more. My arms are like, what is this? What is this that we're doing? You don't need us for this. This is a job for the legs. Gobi looks devastated. That's a practiced expression, let me tell you. She's just fine. She gets no shortage of lovin' around here. All right, 2 more. Nope, that one doesn't count. Dang it. I was smart not to include any pull-ups in my 1500 exercises video. I just knew that that wasn't gonna be a thing. I would have maxed out at like 10, and it just wouldn't have been worth it. Yikes. All right, that's 10. Hopefully there's no more of those today. All right, that has us caught up, except for a snack tasting, which we will do either just before or probably just after the ad break. So let's see if we can get into the game and get recapped. Before it's time to hit the add button. The reason, oh yeah, and I was gonna tell y'all why I had to go check on Backlog Baby. Normally we have a very strict rule about not going into his room when it's nap time, so that we don't set a precedent that like we'll go in there if he's, you know, crying or like doing a certain thing. Because he is old enough now to where like it's possible that he's recognizing cause and effect. So that's when you have to like really start watching out for that stuff. And setting boundaries. But he's now learning to sleep unswaddled. So he's not like all like cozied up in like a super tight Velcro thing that makes him basically like a mummy. He's like big enough now and strong enough now to where he doesn't really need that anymore, but he's not used to it. So he's trying to learn, he's supposed to be napping right now, and he's trying to learn to nap unwrapped. And this is the first time that I've had him just not in anything. So we're just kind of seeing how it goes. And he's not doing great, which isn't surprising, but he's doing okay. But earlier when I ducked away to go in there, he had like rolled and flipped and flopped so much that he was like directly face down on his little mattress, which is obviously, you know, a little concerning. And like I could see like the picture quality and the range on the monitor is good enough to where like you can actually see his body like inflating and deflating as he breathes, which is very, very good. So if he's in like a really weird compromised position, you can like look really closely and be like, okay, he's breathing normally. But he was just directly face down. And so I was like, I'm gonna go in there and I'm just gonna like turn his head a little bit so that it's like more to the side, and hopefully that won't disturb him. And I was successful. But he keeps kind of putting himself back into that position. He's just flopping around a whole bunch. Oh, thank you, Brack. Yes, we're going for the pink lemonade vibes today. Big time supporter and enjoyer. All right, we've got a long recap to do here. I'm gonna see if we can recap before the ad gets here. So, normally I kind of skim the recap notes because my notes are so exhaustive and it's usually somewhat fresh in my mind. But it's been 3 weeks since we played this, so I'm going to go in a little bit deeper than I normally would. So we went to Golgorond, which was supposed to be the execution site for Princess Ovelia. So we were chasing after stopping sorry, I'm going back a little bit further. So yeah, we let's see, I gotta go back a little bit further. So okay, that's right. Okay, so I'm going back quite a ways here just to reorient myself. We got to Lionel Castle. We dropped off Princess Ovelia, thinking that she was going to be safe there with Cardinal Draclau because he seemed to be neutral in the whole conflict. And then we were going to go to what's the name of that place? Gog. We were going to go to Gog to free Mustadio's father, who was being held by the Bart Company. We get to Gog, and the situation is different than we expected. We were expecting there to be, like, conflict and, like, things going on, and everything just appeared normally. So that was weird. Then it turns out that the whole thing was a ruse. Draclau was working with the Bart Company to get the stone that Mustadio had. So they gave us his dad in exchange for the stone, because that was their plan all along. And they also wanted us to go away, because it turns out Draclau is a bad guy, because there's apparently no good guys in this game. And Draclau had us sent away and taken care of, and he gets the stone, and he gets to trade Ovelia to the non-ten, to the Beowulfs. So he's just like, everything's coming up Draclau, right? We get Bezrodio back, Mustadio's father. They don't realize that we gave them a fake stone. And so we find out that we've been betrayed by Draclau, and we need to go back to Lionel Castle to try to save Agrius and Ovelia. But we know that we can't go back the way that we came, so we take a ship to this place called Wargillis, take the long way around, and then we're going to come in the back door of Lionel, basically. We get to Wargillis, and we run into Delita, and he's like, hey, Ramza, like, I'm not going to kill you, I'm not, like, against you necessarily, but you just, like, are a weak baby, and you don't understand anything, so just stay out of the way, and let me do my thing, is kind of what Delita says to us. Then we see a scene where Gafgarian meets with Rudvik and Draclau. You got me, Sam. I just said Dracula. Draclau wants to give Ovelia to Dysadarg. Apparently that was the plan all along. And then they're going to try to lure us in with Ovelia. And, you know, now they realize they've been given a fake stone. So they do want us back. They want to kill us, and they want to take Taurus, which is the stone that Mustadio has. And then Draclau kills Rudvik because he failed to capture us and or Taurus in Gog. We get to Barrios Valley, and we find Agrius, who's running away from Lionel. And the Lionel Knights are chasing her. We save her, but she's like, hey, we gotta go to Golgorond, because they're going to kill Ovelia. They're going to execute her at this execution site. So we get there, and then we find out that this is also a ruse. Gafgarian is like, haha, I tricked you and made you think that Ovelia was here so that you would come here and I could kill you. But actually, Ovelia is at Lionel Castle. And so we're like, okay, I guess we'll fight you. So we fight Gafgarian. This was a really hard fight. I lost the first time. That was the fight where we grinded RNG for the blood sword. But we did get it. We got a little bit of a character development moment with Ramza where he felt responsible for Teta's death, which it doesn't really seem like that's his fault, but he's blaming himself. We defeat them. Gafgarian escapes again. We go to Lionel Castle to save Ovelia. We see a scene where Delita is talking with Ovelia while she's still in captivity. She accuses him of being with Draclau, but he says he's taking her somewhere where she belongs. And then we meet this knight named Varmov. He enters with Draclau, and he reveals that Ovelia is a substitute, is what he says. He claims that the real Ovelia died long ago, and obviously Ovelia doesn't believe him, because she's like, nah, that's me. But then Varmov says that that there were some old senators that didn't care for Princess Luveria, and made Ovelia is the word that he uses, made. And we don't know if Princess Luveria is referring to the Queen Ruvelia before she ascended to the throne, or if it's like a typo, if it's a typo, or if it's actually a new character. I think later we realized that they're referring to Queen Ruvelia when she was still a princess, but I noted that in the sidebar of my notes. It sounds like Varmov is saying that Ovelia was put in place to one day succeed and foil Queen Ruvelia, but Varmov says the princess. And then we learned that there were two other princesses that were older than Orinas, the current prince, that were killed by these senators who wanted Ovelia to succeed to the throne. They didn't think King Omdoria would bear a son. There's also doubt as to whether Orinas is actually Omdoria's son, and he may be, like, adopted. But we don't know. Varmov says that Larg may have had seeds planted to make his sister, Ruvelia, the king's, Orinas, the future king's, mother. So, Larg has positioned his sister, Ruvelia, in such a way that she would become queen, which did happen. The old senator's plan was ruined, but we don't really know exactly how. Or at least I can't remember at this moment. Varmov claims that they don't care that Ovelia isn't really the princess. It serves their ends for her to be perceived by everyone else as the princess. They want Ovelia to take the throne. So it kind of seems like they wanted Ovelia to be the leader because she could be manipulated by them. I don't really know exactly how. Like, they were going to say, oh, well, we got you here, so you have to do what we say, or something. We can only speculate. Vormov says that they don't support Larg or Goltana, which kind of, like, turns everything on its head, because up until this point, we've kind of believed that this was just a binary conflict, and either you were with Larg or you were with Goltana, and that was it. But we're learning, we're being explained to that it's much more multifaceted than that. Yo, what's up, Hot Dog? Thank you. How you doing? So Ovelia was the daughter of Denamunda, who was the king before Omdoria. Ovelia is actually Omdoria's sister. So even though she's a princess, which you might typically think of as the king's daughter, she is the king's sister. The king that just died, Ovelia is his sister. But they were only half siblings, different mothers. She was taken by Omdoria after the old senators killed his first two sons, and Ovelia was raised by Larg. So this is also interesting. Wait, redeems are broken? I didn't see... Oh, a redeem did come through. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix that. Everything looks good on my end. Why is that not working? I forgot to test him at top of stream because it's been 3 weeks and I forgot how to stream. But yeah, that's not working. But the bot looks good. I don't know. Let me just try restarting the bot. Sometimes that does it. Twitch doesn't want my business. That's crazy. Where are you? There you are, Mr. Bot. Sorry for Windows sound. Alright, let's see if that did it. Nope. That didn't do it. This happened one of the other recent times that we streamed, but I was pretty sure that I fixed it. I mess with this so infrequently. No, chat is lovely every day. That can't be it. I had a blue screen recently, which kills this a lot. Because it, like, weirdly will reset all of my OBS settings. Not all of them, but, like, a lot of them. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I guess channel point redeems aren't working today. Bummer. So Bragg throws away $1. Let's try this. Reset that. Maybe that'll do something. Alright, this is the last thing I'm gonna try. Just checking. Yeah, I don't know. It's not working. But everything says green. Everything looks good. So I can't explain that. Oh well. Alright, back to the recap. Thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, so my question that I asked after all the things that we just said were, why would the old senators want Ovelia to rule? Why would Draclau want Ovelia to rule? And then, like, what is Ruvelia's ambition / agenda? What makes her tyrannical? Because Ruvelia is the current leader. She's the queen. Why is she so... We know that she is feared, and we know that she's seen as tyrannical, but we don't really know why. She's Larg's sister, but that's really all we know. Okay. So we go to Lionel Castle, and we do a really weird fight where it's Ramza versus Gafgarian one-on-one, and then all the rest of our guys versus like a normal squad of like Lionel Knights that are super strong. And that fight was really hard because Gafgarian is super strong. He had another really good sword, but there was no way we could set ourselves up in such a way that we could steal it from him unless we set up specifically Ramza as a thief, because it had to be Ramza versus him. So we had to fight him in a really weird way, where we taught ourselves a monk skill that we could use to heal ourselves, and then we had to basically just stall and like boost our attack super high so that we could kill him in one hit, because he could also heal himself. And he was healing himself basically the same amount of damage that we were doing with our regular attack. So we had to just keep following him around, healing ourselves, alternating healing ourselves so that we didn't die, and then any turn that we didn't need to heal, boosting our attack power, and then, you know, targeting him to see how much our attack would do, to see if it was enough to one-shot him. And we basically had to keep repeating that process until we were strong enough to one-shot him. But it did work very well. Yo, MN, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going, everybody? Folks, go follow MN Retro Gamer. He does IRL pinball streams. It's really, really cool. He streams every day, I'm pretty sure, because he's a madman. But he's a very cool dude, very talented dude, and a very good friend of mine and of the stream. So go check him out. Say hello over there. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Welcome in, raiders. We are going to be playing Final Fantasy Tactics today. I've been working my way through this game. It's a first playthrough. I'm doing a recap right now that I do at the top of every stream, and remembering what happened the last time. I'm taking like super fastidious notes with color coding and stuff in my spiral notebook. We have a notes cam, which is frozen right now. But I'll unfreeze it here. You know, you get to watch me take notes with all my colorful pens and markers and stuff as we go through. We're just getting started today. So I'm reminding myself what happened last time. It's been 3 weeks since I played the game. I had to take some time off for a vacation and running a convention. So I'm going extra hard with the recap to get myself back into the mindset of this game. But we'll be starting soon. Pork Fritter, welcome in. Let's see, where were we here? So, okay, we did the fight against Gafgarian. We finally kill him. That was a very big deal. We fought him a bunch of times, and every time we fought him, he would just like teleport when his health got low. This time we actually killed him. So he's gone. And then we get back to Lionel Castle and we can confront Draclau. And he's all by himself, which was unexpected. And he's like, oh, you should stand down. He's really mean to Ramza. He calls us a bastard child. He says we're powerless. And he's like, tell us. And Ramza's like, whatever, where is Ovelia? Draclau says that she's on her way to Zeltenia, which is a place that we've heard of a couple of times, but we haven't been to yet. And then Draclau is like, give me Taurus, give me the stone. And he also says that Ovelia chose their help. Like, you know, trying to make us believe that he's on the right side of history. Like, hey, if you want to help Ovelia, you should help me. Which is very nefarious of him to do, because he may be telling the truth. You know, they may have misled her in such a way where she thought that actually going along with their plan was the right thing to do. We don't really know. We won't know until we catch up with her and talk to her again. But, you know, he says that he wants her to ascend to the throne, and not kill her. But Ramza doesn't believe him. Draclau says, join us. He's like, hey, if you want to change the world, you need to use this stone. And then Draclau uses the red stone, which we don't know that one's name yet, but he had it all along. He uses the red stone, he summons this great power, and then he transforms into this hideous beast called Queclane the Impure King. And then we just fight him all by himself. He's kind of like a boss monster. He was super powerful, but we did manage to defeat him. He had a lot of status effects that he could put on us, and some really powerful attacks, but we did beat him on the first try. And then when we defeat him, we get the red stone, which is a big deal. And then Queclane / Draclau is sad that he will not stay alive long enough until he resurrects. And we don't know who that is. We're about to get hit with ads, I'm going to finish my recap during the ads. Well, maybe they won't trigger right away. We'll see. I'm hoping I can still switch over to Smash Bros. And do a regular ad break. I'm almost done here. We get to Zeltenia. We cut away to Zeltenia, and we see this very important scene. Delita is reporting to Goltana, and this is the first time we've actually seen Goltana, despite hearing about him so many times. And Delita says that he was sent after Ovelia by Baron Grims. We don't know who that is. Goltana reports that Baron Grims died in battle against Ryomoku. We don't know who that is, or if that's like a group of people. I wrote it down as if it was a group of people, but I don't know if it's a group of people. It just sounds more like a group of people than a person. Delita's new unit is called Black Sheep, and all of them died in whatever that same battle was. Okay, we're in the ad. I'm going to switch to Smash Bros. I'll continue the recap after the ad. I'll be right back. I'm going to go refill my drink. Thank you for being here, everybody.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
That was spicy. Hit him with the bye as he actually died. Kirby wins. All right, if you've never been here before, or if you've never been here for ads, we do Smash Bros. CPU fights during the ads, just for something to look at if you're behind the paywall, or if you happen to not get hit with ads. We pick two characters, they face off against each other 11 times, and then we move on to another matchup. And this is the first time that this matchup has fought. This is round 1 of 11 of Pikachu versus Kirby. And Kirby takes round 1. Normally we do a channel point prediction so that you can make a wager on who you think is going to win, just for funsies. But I forgot to do that. / I didn't have time. But we're going to do this until every single character matchup has been fought, and we're going to create our own CPU tier list, and then we'll do some kind of special on-stream event with like a tournament, seeded tournament bracket. And it'll be really cool and fun and nerdy. This is matchup number 22 of 66, so we're exactly a third of the way through. But let's come back over here. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. We are not done recapping yet. We're not ready to start the game yet, but it is time for a snack tasting. So let's go over to the big cam. Let's turn this music back on. And we're going to taste a newly acquired snack from this week that I got from Aelise. Thank you, Aelise. This is a new to me. These are new to me flavors of Haichu. And I feel like they match very well with the pink lemonade vibes that I'm giving off. There's 3 different flavors in here, and we're going to taste one of each. This is the Haichu dessert mix. The last one that we tasted was the fantasy mix, and I'm still working my way through those. Those were very good. These 3 flavors are key lime pie, strawberry ice cream, and candy apple. Now, I'm interested in this because these 3 things are things that I don't necessarily go for in real life, but I think as a candy flavor, I might actually enjoy them more. Because I love lime, I love apple, and I love strawberry. But I don't really like key lime pie, and I wouldn't ever really crave a candy apple. I do like strawberry ice cream, depending on the brand. It's not something I eat a lot, but I do crave it sometimes. But I love lime and apple as candy flavors. So, we're gonna see what happens here. We're gonna start with the strawberry ice cream. So these claim to be 2 layers of flavor, one on the outside and one on the inside. But I'm just guessing that this is gonna be kind of like a strawberry smoothie flavor, as opposed to just a straight up strawberry flavor, which sometimes is just like a sweeter strawberry. Yeah, this is good. It's similar to a pink Starburst in flavor. So if you're a fan of pink Starburst, you would love this. It's a little bit better than that, in my opinion. And it's not too smoothie-y, if that's not your vibe. That's pretty good. Next, we're gonna try key lime pie. I love a green candy. Green and blue are my favorite colors of most candies, regardless of flavor. I just like them aesthetically. Especially blue. Blue is such a instinctively exciting color for food. Because blue is like one of the only color families that's not like a naturally occurring food color. There are very few naturally occurring blue foods. You know, we're used to foods being like in the like brown, orange, yellow range a lot. Like a lot of foods are in that family. And then there's a lot of green, you know, all our various like leaves and roots and, you know, grasses, things like that. Like green is a very common food color. Red is fairly common as well across different like fruits and veggies. But blue is very uncommon. You know, you have blueberries, which are like a very, very dark blue, almost purple. But other than that, that's pretty much it. So when you see something that's like really bright blue, like a blue raspberry airhead, or something. It's like instinctively like, whoa, what is that? I'm not used to food being that color. So these last a super long time, kind of in the name, High Chew. They, you know, you can suck on them for a really long time. You can chew on them for a pretty good stretch. I'm going to keep going with my recap while I do this because it's so time consuming. But yeah, I'm a big fan of High Chew. A lot of different flavors to choose from. Okay, we're going back to Zeltenia Castle. Delita is appearing in front of Goltana and a whole bunch of other people that we've never seen before. We've never seen this location. We've never seen these people. It's all brand new. Hey, Kay, how are you doing? Nice to see you. How was the rest of 12? Kay was playing Final Fantasy 12 this morning and has been for a little while. And I've been living vicariously through it because I have like Evilise brain right now and it's making me want to play Final Fantasy 12 again. So I'm glad I can watch somebody else do that. Let's see here. Okay, Delita brings in a prisoner and the prisoner says that Ovelia was kidnapped so that they could frame Goltana for it. They're trying to stop Goltana from getting Lasalia. And Lasalia is a place. And what they mean is they're trying to stop Goltana from becoming the regent of Lasalia. We don't really know what that means. We don't really know what that place is. Absolutely mappin' and yappin'. Open up the cave map. Hell yeah. Okay, key lime pie. We're doing a snack tasting while simultaneously doing my notes recap because I'm being very pokey today because I haven't streamed in 3 weeks. Ooh. This really tastes like key lime pie. Wow. If you like key lime pie, you would definitely like this. If you like Stewart's key lime soda, you would like this. If you just like lime, you might not like this. It kind of tastes like lime sherbet or lime sorbet. If I put myself in that headspace, I enjoy it more than if I think about key lime pie. Because I really don't like key lime pie, but I love lime. It's pretty good. Okay. Okay, the prisoner says that the plot was concocted by a Goltana aide who wants to defect to Larg. And this was a big drop. This is a big drop because Larg and Goltana are like at opposite ends. They oppose each other, right? They're trying to outdo each other and do away with the other. So hearing that somebody who is an aide to Goltana wants to create a scenario, a plot that like shuts down Goltana's efforts and allows them to defect to Larg, that's a big deal. And the 4 men that are in this scene that are like previously unnamed seem to be the Goltana aides. So the prisoner is therefore like implicating one of the 4 of them. Like it's like the somebody in this room is the murderer moment, right? So the prisoner is like, if you can guarantee my life, he says to Delita, if you make sure that I stay alive, I will tell you which one of these 4 men it is. And Delita's like, yeah, sure, tell us. And he says that it was Minister Gelwan. And he like steps forward and he's like, no, I would never do that. And then Delita starts questioning him. He's like, were you seduced by Queen Revelia? And then he just immediately kills Gelwan. Delita just immediately kills him. He believes the prisoner and he immediately kills this guy. And then he's like, Goltana, you should allow the Nanten to march to the capital. He beseeches Goltana, saying that Goltana might be blamed for the plot. And he suggested that they remove Queen Revelia and Orinus to get Ovelia on the throne. So Delita is potentially, this could be Delita setting up his own thing. He could have hired that prisoner to say that so that he could kill Gelwan and make Goltana believe that, like, here, let's switch back to tactics music. Make Goltana believe that, oh, there's like infighting in your aides. You can't trust these men because they're maybe trying to usurp you. You should trust me, right? He's trying to create this scenario where he can give himself more power. That's kind of what it felt like, because he doesn't really give Gelwan a chance to plead his case. And why does he just so readily believe this prisoner that he captured and brought in, right? So he has this whole charade, potentially, in front of Goltana and say, like, look at me, I just protected you from this potential usurper. I can be trusted. Give me power, do what I say, let's march to the capital, let's make Ovelia the regent, let's put Ovelia on the throne. Now, this seems weird for a lot of reasons, because we were led to believe that Larg and Goltana are jockeying for the throne. They want to be the regent, at least until Orinus is old enough to accede. We don't know why it would be advantageous for them to put Ovelia on. Is it because she can be manipulated? Is it just because they fear Ruvelia so much that they will take anybody? We don't really know yet. Goltana went to Lysalia and confined Ruvelia in the Bethla garrison for kidnapping Ovelia. So they framed her. She didn't actually do that. We saw in the beginning of the game that Ovelia fled, probably because she knew that they were going to kill her. And then she was captured by Delita, who was apparently working for Baron Grimm's, but we don't know who that is yet. And she was kind of like passed around like this bargaining chip to all these different people who were trying to get something, and they didn't really care about her. But pretty much everybody agreed, oh, we should just kill her. So even though Ruvelia is apparently a despotic queen, and who's like ruthless and tyrannical or whatever, she did not kidnap Ovelia. But Goltana framed her for that, and used that as an excuse to confine her in the Bethla garrison. So this is good for everybody, right? Everybody has different goals, but it seems everybody's united in not wanting Ruvelia on the throne. So this is good for Goltana, but it's also good for Larg, and it's also good for the old senators and, like, Draklau's people that are after the Zodiac Stones. And then Ovelia succeeds to the throne. Or accedes to the throne. So Ovelia becomes the queen at the end of this chapter. Larg is now insisting that Orinus is the true successor, and says he's going to accede to the throne, because that makes Larg the regent. Because Ovelia is old enough to lead. So if Ovelia accedes the throne, she is now the queen. But if Orinus exceeds the throne, he's still a little baby, and he can't run the country yet. So that means that Larg becomes the regent. So Larg probably wants Orinus to accede, because then he is in power. And then at the end of the chapter, we're getting this big text dump. It says that Larg sent the Hokutin, led by Orinus, to Bethla to rescue Ruvelia. But that's very confusing, because by every account, we know Prince Orinus to be like 2 or 3 years old. So either there was like a big time jump, or he was only like spiritually leading them as like a figurehead. But anyway, Larg wants to get his sister out of prison. And then Goltana doesn't want that, so he sends the Non-10, led by Ovelia, to intercept Larg's efforts to free Ruvelia. And this is the beginning of the Lion War, and that's where Chapter 2 ended. So we're going to start chapter 3 today. I still have key lime pie in my mouth. So let's load in. Actually, no, let's not load in. Because as soon as we load in, we're going to get hit with a cutscene. I need to fix my date. I wrote 4/3 because I thought we were going to stream this on 4/3, but then we ended up not streaming on 4/3. So today is 4/17. Day 11 of Final Fantasy Tic Tacs. Alright. Let's taste this candy apple Haichu to conclude our snack tasting. And we'll start watching this cutscene. Ooh! This is the best one. Oh man, that's good. Mmm. Holy. That's so good. Apple is such a rare flavor compared to other fruits for like candies and sodas. And I don't know if it's because it's perceived as like healthier and therefore less exciting. But I love apple soda, whether it's like a cider or not. And I like apple flavored candy too. And usually it tends to favor green apple because it's like sour and tart. But red apple flavor is so good and so fun. And this is a very good candy flavor. It's not like spiced in any way. There's no like cinnamon or anything like that, which a lot of times happens to get paired with red apple stuff, which I like, but not everybody likes. It's just a very straightforward red apple flavor. But it has this like very sugary note to, I guess, implicate that it's a candy apple, which I would never ever reach for under normal circumstances. It's a mess, it's weird, it's too sweet, hurts my teeth, everything about it. Caramel apple or a candy apple, I would never reach for that. It's like a meal, but it's a dessert. Okay, let's start chapter 3, shall we? "90 minutes into stream, we're finally starting the game. Alright, we're at the Bethla Garrison. Bolmna. Okay, so right off the bat, we've got a new place that we've heard of but never seen before, and a new person. And it's reasonable to assume that we've also had a time jump. There was a time jump from chapter 1 to chapter 2, and I think we have another time jump from chapter 2 to chapter 3. 20,000 dead. Counting both sides, that makes 40,000. Well over 200,000 injured just in our troops alone. Casualties aren't the only problem. Wait, this is Marquis Elmdor, who we saved from Wygraph. Food stock is short, as we expected. The real problem's the drought. There's no food, and tax revenues are reduced. Storage is at less than half. Log's probably facing the same problem. I hear crops were ruined before harvest due to rain. More serious are those made destitute by the war. According to Olan, more than 100,000 refugees have come to Lasalia. Ha ha! Good. Log'll have problems getting food. This is no laughing matter. The same could happen here. Many refugees may come here. Should we start peace talks? I understand your concerns, but we cannot stop the war.
We'll increase tax by 30%. Make sure no one trades grain at high prices. Also keep an eye on refugees entering Limberry. Log is in difficulty too. It's not too late for a peace settlement. Enough, Orlando. A peace settlement won't occur. Our nation exists because of the people. We exist because of them. Farmers suffered the most in the war. Raising taxes would hurt them even more. The soldiers are also suffering from lack of food. It's impossible to continue physically and mentally. Mentally? Are you becoming a coward? In the last war, we served by keeping Ordalia out of our land. Are you saying there's no right in this battle? Since when did you start talking about hypocrisy? You can't go easy on them. It's for the people. We can't allow a corrupt royal family to oppress them people any longer. We fight. He's right. Just a little longer before it's over. I never expected to hear that from the one they used to call T.G. Sid. A little longer? Where did you get that idea? How can you be optimistic? Are you blind? Your words are harsh. Enough. I am disappointed in you, Orlando. Any more harsh words may mean your life. I won't say this again. If any more of you disagree with my plans, go now. Understood, Orlando?
Chapter 3, The Valiant. Delita told me that there is a big tide, and he goes against it. So this is probably Ramza talking. If this age of war is the big tide, like a fate we can't avoid, can I go against it? Now I head for Lysalia to tell my brother Zalbag there's someone manipulating this war. Okay, this is probably going to be another scene. No, straight to the map. Okay, surprising. Okay, let's take some notes here. Camera's frozen, of course. Okay, so let's remember our color coding scheme. Characters are blue. Places are red. Groups of people or entities are orange. New people are pink. Jobs and skills are purple. Items and key items are green. Save slots are yellow. Probably won't need those three colors. And then we have highlighters for various things too. Okay, so Goltana and his aides are discussing the costs and challenges of the war. We have Elmdor. And we have... what was that guy's name? Bolmna? We can go to Brave Story here. And he should show up. Oh, he's not there. Orlando is there. Alright, well, we can also watch that scene again, which is good. "3 months since the outbreak of the Lion War, days passed, the front lines expanded, as did the intensity of the conflicts. Without any divisive victor, both Larg and Goltana's armies were being exhausted. Hunger and high taxes overwhelmed the people. Orlandu suggested a treaty to Goltana." These little descriptions are helpful too, because it gives you information that's not necessarily in the scene. So this is going to replay the scene. I'm going to mash through it a little bit just to get some of the things that I want to write down. Mostly names. I also probably need to go back and rewatch the scene where the aides were shown for the first time to make sure that these are the same 4 that were with Gelwan and see who replaced Gelwan. Okay, so Bolmna. Elmdor. Bolmna. What a name. And Blanche. So Bolmna. Elmdor, Bolmna, Blanche. And Orlandu are with Goltana at Bethla Garrison and this is 3 months after the war has begun. Casualties are high, and both sides face exhaustion, drought, food shortage, and a spike in population due to refugees. Orlandu suggests entertaining peace talks and a treaty, but he is rebuked by his peers and Goltana. It is revealed that Orlandu was formerly formerly known as TG Sid. Now, I know what TG stands for, but this game has not told us yet. I think I just received a package. Yeah. That's what they were so upset about. Yeah, they're a big fan of Orlando. Let's go, Orlando. Let's go. What's up, Pirate? How you doing? Let's see. So Blanche and Goltana celebrate that Larg is also suffering and agree. Oh, whoops. So out of practice. And agree to press the attack. Let's see, what else did I want to say about this? Oh yeah, where the so we don't know who Olan is. This is a new name. But I saw their entry in the record. So we'll go check that out. Over 100,000 refugees have come to Lasalia. Now, I think Lasalia is where they are. I think Bethla Garrison is in Lasalia. But I'm not 100% sure. Because now he's saying Larg will have problems getting food. So maybe Lasalia is where Larg is. Hold on. Yeah, Goltana went to Lasalia and confined Ruvelia in Bethla. So it sounds like Bethla Garrison is in Lasalia. So I don't know why his response to refugees coming to Lasalia, where they are, causes Blanche to say, ha, Larg will have problems getting food. Maybe food comes from Lasalia, and all of the food is here feeding the 100,000 refugees? No, because now he says the same could happen here. So I'm confused on where Lasalia is in relation to Bethla Garrison. We also, there's this problem in this game where when locations are named, we're not oriented as to their hierarchy and how they're nested. Like sometimes, like cities and states and countries and kingdom are all just kind of referred to as the same thing, and we don't know that they're like inside of each other, like what type of location they are. You have to just intuit that or figure it out. Okay, and then this is the other thing I wanted to write down. Goltana wants to watch for refugees entering Limberry. I'm gonna have to go into the record and like get reacquainted with like the hierarchy of some of these places, because that's kind of fallen out of my brain in the last 3 weeks. Oh, this is another good character moment to write down. Orlando recognizes that farmers and common people will suffer most from these efforts. And that is his motivation for suggesting peace talks. Goltana threatens... No. Threatens Orlando's life and will not surrender or compromise. Okay. Okay. Who is Ordalia? We served by keeping Ordalia out of our land. Ordalia is a place, right? This is why I write things in color, so I can like quickly scan back through. It's not one of the 7 kingdoms of Evilise. Limberry and Lasalia are kingdoms of Evilise. There we go. Let's see if I can find Ordalia. We have Orbon. We have Omdoria. Ordalia sounds familiar. But I don't think Ordalia is a person. I think it's a place. But there's a lot of O. No, that's okay, Pirate. I will find it. I will find it. I will let you know if I change my mind, but it's unlikely that I will. Ah, here we go. So Ordalia was a key location during the 50-Year War. Ordalia is an entirely separate country and was the opponent of Evilise in the 50-Year War. So Ordalia is way outside of Evilise. And probably won't be a place that's part of this story, but we'll see. Ordalia invaded Zelamonia and annexed it from Evilise. There we go. Is Zelamonia one of the 7 kingdoms? No, it's not. So it's still part of Ordalia. That's why capitalism's exploitations work so well on you. That's silly. Okay, anything else from this scene? Oh, okay. Goltana believes the royal family is corrupt and oppressive and must be dismantled. So that's a more clear statement of his convictions and goals. But it's funny because, like, what are you doing, you know? Like, he's also being corrupt and oppressive. So he's just kind of fighting fire with fire. All right, so I'm going to write down a question here for myself to make sure I go back and look. Are these the same aids to Goltana from the end of chapter 2 scene? And then questions are highlighted in yellow. These are just things that I like to reference back to in my notes, mostly just to see like what I was thinking at the time, but I do keep track of whether or not they get answered. Now I head for Lysalia to tell my brother Zalbag there's someone manipulating this war. So, okay, so Ramza makes for Lysalia to tell Zalbag, who's the middle brother, about what is going on. Now that's a weird motivation for Ramza to have. I don't know why he has any reason to believe that Zalbag would hear him out or help him in any way, but we'll see. All right, it is time for me to run another ad break, and we're going to step away for the lunch hour, where we do a segment called Out to Lunch, where I go off camera but stay on mic. I've got to feed the baby boy, and we're going to watch an automated game of Fortune Street. That usually takes about 30-40 minutes, and then we'll switch back over to tactics for the rest of the stream. I realize that we haven't even played the game yet, but I'm having a great time. Hopefully you are too. We can talk about whatever you want during the lunch hour, more catch up about VGMCon or whatever, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. We're going to run a smash match here. No time for a prediction, so enjoy if you're not behind the ads. Otherwise, we'll see you in a couple minutes with the lunch hour. If you're just here for tactics, check back in about 40 minutes. We'll see you when we see you. Thanks for being here.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome back, everybody. We're here. And it's time for the lunch hour. But first, we've got to get our stats updated. Pikachu wins this time, making it 1-1 after 2 rounds. Let's get our scores updated on the screen. Forgot to do that last time. There we go, 1-1. I'll try to get a prediction up next time. All right, let's see. Pikachu. There we go. So we need 1 right there. All right. So, if you're new, this is the part of the stream where we break away from the scheduled game for a little bit to feed Backlog Baby. So what we do during this time, we call it out to lunch. I invite you to, grab a snack, have a meal, take a break, whatever you want to do. We're going to switch over to an automated game of Fortune Street, which is a digital board game featuring Mario characters and Dragon Quest characters. We're going to go over here now. Ta-da. We're going to select 4 random characters. Let's see. Let's choose... Ooh, I got a cool idea. Let's do all royalty. So Daisy's a princess, Peach is a princess, Angelo is a prince, and Bowser is a king. Every character has their own AI personality, which means that they behave differently and focus on different things while playing. Let's do the... Let's see. Let's do the... We haven't done any of these levels on stream yet. We'll do the Mario one. So this is just something to visually stimulate us while we're hanging out. But normally I take this time to feed myself a little something, feed the little guy. I don't think I'm gonna need anything because I had a very large meal before stream. I had an entire pizza. So I might like grab a snack, but I'm mostly just gonna feed him. And he doesn't seem very hungry either. He's kind of going through a change right now. So we're gonna set all these characters to this mode called Out for Lunch, where they are CPU controlled. And then we have our own automated game. I wish you could do this for Mario Party. I wish you could do all CPU Mario Party. That was what I wanted to do when I came up with this idea. But there's no way to have 4 CPUs in Mario Party. You have to have at least 1 player-controlled character. But not in this game. So I'm manually controlling this to set them to Out to Lunch, but once they're all set, I can put the controller down and I have my hands free. Even though I really only need 1 hand right now to hold the bottle. Alright, there we go. Now we're going. Away they go. Yeah, the little guy didn't sleep very well. But he doesn't seem that crotchety right now, which is good. He is getting close to a time where he's going to nap less and be awake more. And he's kind of like in between amounts that he eats. We've been feeding him a little bit more each meal, but he's kind of been struggling with it. He doesn't seem very hungry right now. So he may not eat the full amount that he's supposed to at this meal. We'll see. He could also just be waking up slowly, and once he like wakes up a little bit more, he'll like realize that he's hungry. But usually, you know, if you just like let the baby sleep, or at least him, if you just let him sleep, he'll sleep until he's hungry, and then he'll wake up and he'll scream because he's hungry. But if you go in and wake him up when it's time to eat, he won't always be hungry right away. And some people think that that's a really stupid thing to do. They think you should just let the baby sleep however long that it sleeps. But we have chosen to put him on a schedule. So even if he's still asleep, if it's time to eat, we wake him up and he eats. And even if he's not that hungry, he eats as much as he can. And if he gets hungry before the next mealtime, he has to stick it out. But once that's established, his body adjusts pretty quickly and easily. And he's usually, like, right on time. Like, to the minute, most of the time. But now that we're doing this thing where he's trying to sleep unwrapped, he didn't have a very good nap. So that's kind of throwing him off a little bit. He's definitely still a little bit sleepy. But hopefully that means his next nap will be killer, because he'll be so tired. But it kind of seems like he's starting to wake up and realize, oh yeah, I am hungry. Thank you for this. You're right. You do know more than me, giant person. But he's been eating very slow lately. The first 4 months, they're so hungry all the time, and they'll just choke the bottle down. Which is really nice, because you don't have to just sit there and hold a bottle forever. But then he, like, kind of hit a wall and stopped eating as much. And he's, like, really hungry, like, at night and first thing in the morning. But the other ones, you kind of just have to force it on him. And I sort of long for the higher appetite days, when he would just choke it down. He's also discovered his feet. He's really excited about his feet. He wants to hold his feet all the time. Yeah, you think it's super funny. A month ago it was his hands. He's like, wow, I have hands. I want to put my hands in my mouth all the time. I want to touch everything. Now he likes his feet. So he's doing the happy baby all the time. And he really wants to sit up, which doesn't work well when he's eating. He has to lean back a little bit, or he can't get anything out of the bottle. So he's a little frustrated by that, because he wants to sit upright like the big people. Here you go. I wonder who did this arrangement of the Mario theme. You know, it probably wasn't Koji Kondo. It might have been, but I strongly doubt it. But, like, was it somebody at Square Enix that developed and published this? I suppose I could probably find out. I'm sure Koji Kondo is listed as, like, a music supervisor, or like a music producer or something, but that doesn't mean that he actually did anything. It just means that, like, they licensed his composition. Let's see what we can find out here. Yeah, Koji Kondo is credited as the sound supervisor, but that doesn't really mean anything. It also says that Takashi Tezuka and Miyamoto served as supervisors, but I doubt they did anything for this game either. It just means that it has their creations in the game, kind of. Let's take a closer look. Takafumi Nishimura is credited for the sound at Marvelous AQL, who's technically the developer of this game. So they may have done some of the arrangements, or all of them. And then we have a long list of sound programmers at Tosei Software. That could be the sound design, like for the sound effects. It could just be implementing the music and not necessarily arranging it. There's also a sound advisor and a sound assistant. Yeah, and then the Nintendo credits have Koji Kondo as the sound supervisor. But again, that doesn't really mean that he worked on this game. I could also try looking in the manual. The manual might go into more detail, but this information I'm looking at is probably pulled from the game itself and the manual. I wish games, like, put more, like, liner notes about the music in the game somewhere. So that you could see, like, oh, this particular composition was done by this composer and was arranged by this person. You know, rather than just crediting the entire thing to one person, because it's very rare that that's the case. Like, if you look at the credits for Ocarina of Time, it will say that the music is by Koji Kondo. But Koji Kondo didn't write all the music in Ocarina of Time. All of the, like, battle themes and encounter themes for Ocarina of Time were written by Hajime Wakai. But he's not credited with that. He's just credited as, like, the sound designer, I think. So you just have to, like, know that. So it's weird. Like, it makes me wonder, like, are they trying to, like, withhold certain information? You know, like, probably not. But why did they choose to, you know, why do they choose to do that? Do they just think that, like, no one cares about the music? Like, I have a hard time believing that they think that. So why did they just put Koji Kondo as the music composer for Ocarina of Time? You know, why don't they put, like, field and character themes, Koji Kondo, battle themes, Hajime Wakai? Why don't they do that? Did Hajime Wakai not want to be credited? Because they split Star Fox 64 in pretty much the same way, but they're both in the credits. When you see the Star Fox 64 credits, you know, next to music, it says the same, or it says the two names. It says sound composers Koji Kondo, Hajime Wakai. It doesn't say, like, who did what, but it still lists two composers. And that was before Ocarina of Time. So did, like, Hajime Wakai change his mind and say he wanted to be in the background? Or did Koji Kondo change his mind and say, hey, I want all the credit for Zelda? You know, like, how does that stuff get decided? Or, you know, maybe the two of them have nothing to do with that decision, and it's just kind of, like, arbitrarily done by some, like, low-level staffer who writes the credits, and they don't bother to, like, audit it. Or, like, you know, Hajime Wakai didn't care enough to be like, oh, they didn't put me in the credits, go and fix it. You know, or the game was, like, already shipped and it was too late. You know, he probably didn't see the credits before they went into the game to know that he wasn't in them. It would be really interesting to know how that all played out. Because I realize that most people don't care about that kind of stuff, and they would just see that as semantics. But I really care about that stuff. Like, it's fun to look at look at the liner notes for, like, let's say it's like the, you know, an album from your favorite band that you really like. You know, and you can see, like, oh, well, this song was written by the drummer, and this song was written by the guitar player. You know, and you can kind of, like, look like, oh, interesting, like, the songs that I like the most tend to be the ones that are written by this person. You know, or, oh, the songs that I don't like as much, those are the ones that so-and-so wrote. And you learn more about your preferences. Or, oh, this person's lyrics are always this way. You know, like, oh, the drummer always writes love songs, and the guitar player always writes, like, party songs, you know, or something. You know, you get to learn a little bit more. And I think that stuff is cool. Like, I don't expect everybody to care about that, but it's just nice to know. And, like, when I hear songs from video games that have, like, really different identities, or, like, I really, really like one particular song, and I know that there were multiple composers on the game, I want to know which of them wrote that song. You know, was it a collaborative effort? Was it just one of them? You know, I want to know. Like, did the magic happen because one person got to let their creative direction shine, and the other two characters, or the other two composers, like, didn't get in their way? And then I can know, oh, I really, really like this composer's work. Or did the magic of that one particular song happen because all three composers worked together on it, and they were, you know, insulated and individual on the other songs, and that was like the one magical song where they came together? You know, I want to know that stuff. Or I want to be able to know that stuff. Voice play. When Jeff is hitting the stupid low notes, you generally know it's a lane composition. Interesting. Yeah, I like knowing that stuff. Because, yeah, like, certain composers and certain arrangers, like, favor certain things, and you can kind of, like, get to know their sonic fingerprint. Some out-of-this-world acapella. I love acapella so much. Barbershop, all that kind of stuff. Yo, what's up, Halo Killer? Welcome in. Thank you for joining us for the lunch hour. We're just talking about music credits in video games. Was that the guy that you shared the video of a while back, Kiki? I'm assuming it is. I love watching virtuosic talent, especially for voice and guitar, and I guess like any instrument, but especially like voice and guitar and like drums, like instruments that I play, because it's easier for me to quantify the level of ability. That sneeze terrified Backlog Baby. He like locked into me like it was a sound he'd never heard before. You're just becoming more aware of stuff, dude. You thought I was close to the end based on the plot and what was going on last time? Interesting, Halo Killer. Longer game than you thought it was? I mean, I am incredibly slow playing this game, for one. We just started Chapter 3 today. We've also, like, redone a lot of things. You know, there's like a couple of missions that we redid like 3 and 4 times on stream, so that makes it seem a lot longer. But I think this is a pretty long game. I mean, we're talking about a game that's on a PlayStation, so a CD format, and it doesn't have any CG cutscenes. which means there can be a lot of content in the game. When you just have 2D sprites and your game is like basically 16-bit, even though, you know, there are technically 3D field models and environments, but there's no like animated cutscenes, that frees up a ton of data real estate. You're doing good, little guy. You're not latching very well and you're kind of spilling all over the place, but you are almost done. So that's good. But yeah, I don't know how many chapters there are in this game, and I don't want to know, but I have a feeling there are probably at least 10 chapters in this game. And we just started chapter 3. But we'll see. We'll see. It could be a game where there's only like 6 chapters. Or maybe even less, but I think that's unlikely. And again, do not tell me if you know. Do not tell me how many chapters there are. I do not want to know. Let me be abundantly clear. I don't want to know anything about this game. Unless the game explicitly tells it to me. I don't want to learn anything about this game from chat. Please and thank you. But yeah, I'm sure most people that stream this game are probably a lot farther than Chapter 3 on their 11th stream of the game. But I am taking my time. I have waited a long time to play this. And I'm going to get the most out of it. And I'm really enjoying it so far, so. Oftentimes when you stream a long game, you feel compelled to, you know, make a certain amount of progress every time you play, or just get through the game at a decent rate. I'm not going to allow those feelings to influence me during this game. You're going to guess 8? Yeah, I feel like 8 is a good guess. 8 is a solid guess. It's a little below what I think, but it's definitely a very high possibility. We got a while, Kiki says. Yeah. We can rest assured that we're definitely not going to finish this game anytime soon. That much we can rely on. Because even if the game is 5 chapters, we're still, you know, another like 10 to 15 streams away from that. Reasonable assumption. So, it's going to be a while. Come on, little guy, you're almost there. You're almost there. And you can go have some playtime. Wrong pipe. Almost there. A few more sips. And then you're free. There you go. Good job. Alright. I'm gonna go give him a change and put him in playtime. I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, I'm gonna try something fun here. I'm gonna switch mics. There we go. You can hear me, right? Yeah. So now I can chat with you while I kind of reset the room. Normally this would be the part of the lunch hour where I go and heat up some food for myself and eat something. But I ate such a big meal this morning that I'm not gonna do that. So I'm probably just gonna grab like a little snack or something in case I get peckish between now and the end of the stream. But I'm feeling pretty good to go. So once I finish tidying up here, we'll just switch back to the game. So you're gonna all walk downstairs with me while I'm on the lav. If you hear any static or digital interference or whatever, it's just me stretching the limits of the range of this microphone. But we'll see. I think I've gone downstairs with this one more time. And I think it went pretty well. Because now that I'm downstairs, it's kind of just, it's only going through one wall, which is the ceiling. But I don't know. It's also weirdly one-sided because I can't see chat. I guess I could bring my phone with me when I do this. And I could monitor chat with my phone so I could see if you're saying anything to me. But I didn't do that. So I'm gonna get myself ready. My next bottle for later tonight. And then we're also gonna feed the puppies. Because it is about that time. I'm also gonna get myself something to drink. Oh man, they had one thing that, so like I said, I was traveling and running the convention last week. Sorry if that was really loud. And when I do that long drive, I obviously drink caffeine, and I kind of have like a ritual with what I drink and how I pace myself. But another thing that I like to drink while I'm making the long drive is Gatorade. I always get myself a Gatorade. It's mostly just like an enjoyment thing, but you know, also like electrolytes, salt. Come and sit. And we found, good, stay. We found this, they have this like flavor fusions line of Gatorades now, where it's just two pre-existing flavors mixed together, which is a very simple and wonderful concept. And they had one that was lemon, lime, and orange, which are like the two original classic Gatorade flavors. Okay. And they're really good together. It's like the perfect mix. Those are easily two of my top 5 Gatorade flavors, just like the original lemon lime and the original orange. So good. But mixed together is kind of magical. So if you're a Gatorade enjoyer, you should, or that, I guess I should say. But they had another one that was like fruit punch mixed with, I think, one of the blue ones, you know, so it was like red plus blue equals purple kind of thing. And I don't remember what the other one was. I want to say it was green. But I'm a big Gatorade enjoyer. I used to drink Gatorade. I drank Gatorade for like a very specific year of my life, like between, I guess it was my last summer before moving away to college, if anything, because I wanted to quit drinking so much Coca-Cola because I just like suddenly woke up to the idea that wasn't good for me and wasn't like a good habit for me to build for the future. Like the caffeine was screwing up my circadian rhythm, and you know, there's like a ton of sugar and corn syrup. And my dumb 18-year-old brain was like, well, water doesn't taste good, and seltzer doesn't taste good. So what is still good tasting but healthier than soda? And I was like, oh, Gatorade. I'll just drink a ton of Gatorade. And so I would drink like 6 Gatorades in a day, you know, and I didn't realize how bad that was for me also. But for like a whole summer, all I did was drink Gatorade. And I still really like Gatorade, but it's not a good drink to enjoy like recreationally. I mean, it's not the worst drink to enjoy recreationally, but it's really not what it's meant for, and not a great idea if you can avoid it. You know, like it's better to drink water or seltzer or even like tea instead. But every once in a while, I gotta have a Gatorade. I just really like how it tastes. There's so many good flavors, and it just really hits the spot when you're thirsty. You know, like you keep one in the fridge for like after a bike ride or after yard work, you know, or something like that, or like a big chores day. It just, man, it hits the spot. There's nothing quite like an ice cold Gatorade. Even if you haven't like done anything to like quote unquote earn it or justify it, it just tastes so good. I love it. I love Gatorade, but I don't drink it very often, and I don't keep it in the house because I would drink it far too often. Water taste varies wildly from place to place and brand to brand. It's true. It's true. There's so much variance in water. We have a couple of different ways to get water at home. We don't drink tap water, and we don't give tap water to our dogs either, or they'll get UTI. But we have a Berkey filter, which is very good and is very like clean, good tasting water. But you have to use ice if you want it to be cold, because you can't fit the Berkey in the refrigerator, so it's all room temperature. And then like your ice is not the same water, so like if you think about it too much, you lose some of the purity. So usually what we end up doing is just drinking the water out of the refrigerator filter, which, you know, it passes through a filter that we replace every so often, and it's refrigerated. And then that's where our ice comes from as well. And that water tastes pretty good. Tastes a heck of a lot better than tap water, and it tastes better, but it doesn't taste as good as the Berkey water. Usually the dogs drink the Berkey water because it's just a little bit more convenient to give it to them rather than for us to use it. But yeah, like the water in Minnesota is so different than the water in Texas, Central Texas. And even like Central Texas water versus like Dallas water is different. And yeah, bottled water is like a whole different racket, because bottled water, they add minerals to the water. And that's where the taste comes from. So each one has like their own different like blend, I guess, of minerals that they add. And some of them taste like really irony or earthy, and other ones are a little bit more like alkaline tasting, like acidic. And there's quite a spectrum. I've always, maybe it's Texan bias, but I've always been a fan of Ozarka when it comes to bottled water.
Yeah, we had a reverse osmosis at our old house. It just already had that set up when we moved in. So we used that a lot because the fridge that we had at that house didn't have a water dispenser. It didn't have anything hooked up to the water line, so that was like the most fast and convenient way for us to get filtered water was the reverse osmosis. We had the Berkey, but you know, the Berkey is slow. And you have to like remember to fill it up, which is, you know, not super reliable. All right, we're ready to switch back over to tactics. Switch back to the good mic here. Little guy is having playtime. He's having toy time, and he will for the next like 45 minutes or so. And then I'll go and, you know, turn his lights off and get him ready for nap time. If he falls asleep early, I'm just gonna leave him. That's totally fine, because his last nap was pretty crappy. But I'm still not gonna go in there and turn his light off and shut his door until the appointed time. All right, say goodbye to Fortune Street. We're gonna switch back over to tactics. Oh, right, hold on. Let's see, let's go to the... Yeah, I have to take away the capture for a second. If I switch the input while the capture is active, it'll kill my capture card. There we go. Oh, they did that Mario Kart Direct today. Nice. I'll have to check that out later. Please don't talk about it in the chat. I'd rather go and watch it myself. Especially with like the annoying misinformation and oops, I didn't mean to do that. The annoying misinformation and panic associated with the Switch 2 Direct. I would prefer to see that for myself. Not that I necessarily think that you would be responsible for any of that misinformation, Halo Killer, but I'd just rather nip that in the bud. But I'll watch that after stream today, and we can talk about it tomorrow. Notes cam completely died. One of these days I'll order another USB extender and see if that's the problem. Perfect. Cool. Good things are happening. All right. I don't know what that was. All right. We're pretty much all caught up on notes here, but I want to look at a couple of things in the record here. I want to look at some of these new people that we just learned about. I want to see if we have any new text about Zalbag. I think some of this is new. We didn't know that he was praised by King Denamunda. Interesting. He's an undefeated warrior. And he's a devout believer in Glabados. Which is like the religion of Ivalice. He is a leader of the Hokuten. But Daisadarg is the main... Oh, okay, he gave up his position as Hokuten leader to his younger brother. So a lot of these text blurbs are probably new as of the beginning of Chapter 3. Because Daisadarg was previously the leader of the Hokuten. So now he's the troop leader for Prince Larg. And he has magic skills. Interesting. Anything new about Alma? No. There's a typo in there. Let's check out Delita's entry. There's probably some new stuff here. Second in command of the Black Knights under Baron Grimm's. Yeah, that's new. To clear the name of Prince Goltana for kidnapping Ovelia, he goes on a search for the princess. Successfully rescues the princess and takes her back to Zaltania. Okay, so that's why... That's presumably why Delita captured Ovelia at the beginning of the game. That was one of our questions very, very early on at the very beginning. Let's see here. Let's go all the way back. I'm going to skim quickly for my questions. No, we didn't ask that question early on. But yeah, at the very beginning of the game, Ovelia is captured by Delita, and we didn't really know why he would have been capturing her. So now we know that he captured her, not to save her from the other people who were trying to capture her, but to deliver her to Baron Grimm's. No. Baron Grimm's probably works for Goltana. So Goltana was suspected to have kidnapped her. But as far as we know, it seems that Ovelia fled under her own will. She was with Simon and Agrius at the beginning of the game. So I'm going to write this in my notes. At the beginning of the game, it appears Ovelia fled the royal family. But apparently Goltana was framed as a kidnapper. And then Delita kidnapped Ovelia. Whoops. In an attempt to clear Goltana. Now that is really weird because the group that showed up and fought the Hokuten, us and Gafgarian and Agrius, the group that showed up to fight us to try to take the princess were Goltana's men. So if Goltana was being framed for the kidnapping, why would they also be trying to kidnap her and like self-fulfill that? That's really weird. That doesn't really make sense. He rescues the princess and takes her back to Zaltenia. He is awarded the leadership of the Black Knights for his gallantry, but this was actually due to a scheme by someone unknown. Interesting. Okay, so that kind of plays into my other theory, that his whole thing with, like, Galwan and getting closer to Goltana and getting more power was probably something that either he planned and that wasn't real, or somebody else told him to do it. Maybe Varmov. Who knows? But that is my assertion. Okay. Taken into the family by the late King Umdoria after the loss of his second prince, true daughter of the late King Denamunda, and is a sister of King Umdoria by different mothers. Yeah, that text hasn't changed since chapter 2. We already read Dialog. This is all the same. Okay, Goltana is the Lord of Zeltenia. Is Zeltenia one of the one of the 7 kingdoms? Yes. So the 7 kingdoms of Ivalice are Zeltenia, Fovaham, Lionel, Limberry, Lasalia, Galleon, and Murond. We've heard of all of those, and we've been to all of those, but it's really hard to know where their boundaries are, just based on what we've been shown and told. So I wonder, if they were in Bethla Garrison, is it reasonable to assume that Bethla Garrison is in Zeltenia? I don't know. So why would Goltana want to watch Limberry? Is it neighboring to Zeltenia? And what about Lasalia? You know, where are these kingdoms geographically? That would be really nice to know their geographical relationship to each other. I need to highlight this blue in the margin. This is how we note things that are in this specific screen of the game, is with a blue highlighter in the margin. Because sometimes these things are incorrect. These are the writings of a particular person, and they change as the game goes on, and sometimes they get corrected and debunked. So Orinus is still age 2. So I don't know how Orinus led anyone into battle. That was a very confusing text box. Here's the queen. So according to this, the queen is still at Bethla Garrison. She's still imprisoned. And I think Larg is currently the regent, based on what we saw. King Umdoria died a while ago. Can't believe this guy's name is Funeral. That's so funny. This guy is still This guy's still alive. Algus is dead. Thank God. He sucked so bad. So Marquis Elmdor is the leader of Limberry. Okay. Gafgarian is dead. So yeah, at the beginning of the game, we were escorting Ovelia to Igros. We were going to hand her over to Larg. So she wasn't necessarily fleeing. Escorted by Hokuten to Igros. But that doesn't necessarily mean that she didn't leave of her own volition. We don't really know. Okay, probably nothing new for Agrius. Agrius was assigned to the monastery. Interesting. By the elders. We don't really know who that is. Alright, what can we learn about Orlando? Also known as TG Cid, undefeated leader of the Non-Ten Knights during the 50-Year War, only equaled by Balbanez and Zalbag. He has known Prince Goltana for nearly 20 years. The only reason the prince is able to engage in battle is due to the trust and ability of the Orlando family. Sidolphus Orlando. He is critical of the prince for fighting to become a successor. Alright, who is Olan? Magician of the Non-Ten Knights, adopted son of TG Cid. Olan's real father was a comrade of Cid and died in the 50-Year War. His ability to gather information is superb, as well as forming battle strategies from the information. His abilities are on the same or even higher levels than most war generals, currently working as the right-hand man under Cid. Okay, so we haven't met that character yet. Here's Simon, the guy from the beginning. Wygraph. Haven't seen him since the end of Chapter 1. Here's Draclau. Head of Lionel. Cardinal second only to the head of the Glabados Church. Famous knight of the 50-Year War. Theologist. Revered by his people. Associated with Clecklane of the legendary devil group, Lucavi. Seeking the Holy Stone for some unknown reason. Associated with Clecklane? It kind of seemed like he was Clecklane. Alright, Elmdor is the leader of Limberry. Soldier who fought bravely against blah blah blah, 50-Year War. Silver Noble. Silver Ogre. He's also religious. Hey, what's up, Necro? How you doing? Working in stress because life things. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm wishing you the best of luck and the best of vibes with all of that. That sounds horrible to deal with. But I hope everything goes in your favor. Keep us posted. I was chilling in your stream the other day. Was that just yesterday? That was just yesterday. I was chilling in there just listening to music while I took care of a bunch of email cleanup and stuff. Mastered the use of a gun. That's so funny. Alright, nothing new on Mustadio. Nothing new on Visrodio. Rudvik. He's head of Bart Trading. And then he got killed. Ajora. Ajora is like the like Christ savior character of the religion. Prophet, long time ago person. Vormov Tingle. His last name is Tingle. We don't know much about this guy yet, but I think we're going to. Teta's dead. Rip. Balbaness is our dad. He died. Is Gustav alive? Yeah, Gustav is alive. He opposed Wygraph. Or wait, no. Gustav is dead. Yeah. Yeah, Wygraph killed him. Maluda is dead. Maluda is Wygraph's sister. She died really senselessly and needlessly. We didn't want to kill her. Is Golagros still alive? No. Yeah, he died during the same battle that Teta died. Daravon. This guy was the teacher in chapter 1. We didn't see much from him. And then Al-Islam is the guy who writes this stuff that we read. He's like a pseudo-narrator. Okay. Now we can actually play the video game. Well, let me catch up on this here. Yeah, no kidding. Like, the fact that... Like, it's good that you are confident that all of this will go in your favor, but it sucks that it makes so much, like, extra hullabaloo and work for you. That blows. Okay, let's do a save here. We haven't actually done anything. We're just going to save post-cutscene. Because we might be walking into another cutscene. But we also might be walking into a battle that we wouldn't want to have to rewatch all the cutscenes to retry. So this is save slot 2. Ow. And this is post chapter 3 start scene. Okay. And we are at Dorter, which is very interesting. We can shop here, which is very good. So I guess we could reasonably approximate some national borders based on this map. So Igros, we know for a fact, is in Galleon. And then this is called Fovaham Plains, and we know Fovaham is a separate kingdom from Igros. So somewhere around here is Fovaham. What else do we know? We know that Lasalia is its own place. And we know Lionel is its own place. So yeah, we're getting a little bit of information here about the geographical relationship between these kingdoms. It's not explicit by any means. Let me take a look at my 7 kingdoms here again. Lionel is a kingdom. Galleon is a kingdom. Fovaham is a kingdom. And then this is Lasalia? Yeah. So imperial capital. That's the other thing too, is like they're kingdoms. They're the 7 kingdoms of Ivalice, but they all have different kinds of leaders. Like Lionel isn't led by a king, it's led by a cardinal. And Lasalia isn't led by a king, it's led by an emperor because it's an imperial capital, right? And then Galleon, Igros Castle is the capital of Galleon, so it's led by the regent prince, Larg. Because that's where he's based out of. And then Fovaham, we have no idea. So yeah, we don't really know where the borders of these kingdoms are, but we loosely know some of their geographical relationships. So for example, Goltana wants to watch for refugees entering Limberry. We don't know where Limberry is. I don't think we have seen where Limberry is on this map yet. And maybe there's like a cipher for this script, and these are saying the names of the kingdoms. But who knows? It could just be gibberish. Oh, I don't think you should feel like that it shouldn't bother you, Necro. It's totally justified for that to bother you. Yeah, it's really, really hurtful. You like the music? Yeah, this game has great music. Really, really good. Toshi Sakimoto is the Ivalice composer and has a very, very recognizable musical footprint. All right, let's do some shopping. Are we finally going to get our people back? This is the wrong thing. Why not participate in a discovery race of a mysterious region and go for the grand prize? So, we have to go... This is really silly, but we have to go back to the same city where we sent our people away in order to get them back. They've been gone for like the whole game. We sent a number of them away in Chapter 1 and more of them away in Chapter 2. Oh, we need to do an ad. I didn't even notice. We're overdue. Let me run an ad really quick to turn off the pre-rolls. Once again, I missed running a prediction, but I'm not going to bother with it now. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Pikachu.
All right. I'm back. Who won? Pikachu won. Let's get our stats updated here. First, the scores on the screen. 2-1 for Pikachu after 3 rounds. Still 8 more to go. 2 in a row for Pikachu, but absolutely anybody's game. Okay. Back to the game. Okay. So, I would really like to get my other characters back from their propositions so that I can send them out to more propositions. The problem is that I have to go back to those same cities. So here's one of them, the Trap of the Bandits. How did it go? We left Dorter Trade City. We joined the party to defeat the bandits. I had a good feeling. The enemy outnumbered us, but that was our very best. As a result, we defeated him. We were cleaning up after the battle. We found a big treasure box. I opened it, and inside was a bag stuffed with gil. I guess this one was a success. This is the way. We got 13,000 gil from that mission. Holy! So, okay, here's how it works, Necro. Every time you move from one dot to another dot on the map, 1 day passes on the calendar. So it takes a certain number of days to complete a job, but you also have to return to the same city where you initiated the job. And because of the way the story works, we don't really revisit a lot of places. And when you try to backtrack somewhere out of the way, you can run into these random encounters that you might not want to do. And I'm also worried that passing too many days on the calendar might lock me out of something at the end of the game. You know? Like the calendar just like always looming in the top left corner is really psyching me out. But if I didn't care, I would just be wandering all over creation, wasting a bunch of time doing these side quests and getting stuff, which is how I played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Because I wasn't really thinking about that. But yeah, that's a lot of money. That's great job points for them. Now, there's a new proposition here. Why not participate in a discovery race of a mysterious region and go for the grand prize? So we have no idea what we would get for doing this. We're never going to use these characters as, like, battle characters. Because we've got, like, our front 4 that we're focusing on here, and they cover all our bases. So these other characters pretty much only exist to go out on these side quests. And I think my best bet is to actually just only send one. What I also don't know, there's so many unknowns with this. I don't know if, like, making them more versatile and giving them job skills is actually helping them. So yeah, Humphrey and Claris got sent on a different quest, and they're ready to come back, but I have to backtrack to whatever city I issued them from. So I need to start keeping track of this. I wish there was a way I could make money off of these chocobos that I'm just arbitrarily creating. Okay, so let's take a look, actually. Let's take a look at Rad. See what he can learn. They didn't get very much JP. by going on that quest. 130 JP is really not that much. So there's not a whole lot I can do to make them more effective here. He knows Cure, which is interesting. But yeah, I don't think it's worth it for me to like give them better equipment and try to level them up just to go and send them on side quests. I'm sure I'm missing out on a ton of stuff by focusing on the side quests, which really has me second guessing myself a lot. But I feel like it's already too late for me to pivot. So, what I don't remember is where I sent these people on quests. Let me shop really quick. First off, let's take a look at consumables and make sure we're topped off. HP restore 150. We should probably buy some of these. Now that we can afford them. Take 10 of those. 8 Phoenix Downs is good. Top off our high potions. And regular potions, we don't really need that much anymore. They don't really heal enough in order to be worthwhile. They're more just there for people to gain experience and not waste an action. We're definitely graduating to only using high potions and X potions. We haven't run into a lot of status effects, so I'm not going to invest a bunch of money in those. Now let's look at equipment. So we're seeing a bunch of ninja weapons, ninja and samurai. I really want to unlock those classes, but I don't know what I need to do in order to do that. We also have access to a flail. Very interesting. And then a harp for bards. We don't know how we get the bard class either. And we also don't know how we get calculator. But it might be related to Oracle, because they seem to use the same weapons. A sea bag. A high-quality brand-name bag. A women's bag. 53,000. What does it do? Attack power 10? Is it a weapon? That's so funny. And a really, really cool shield. Absorb fire and half ice. Weak against water. Knight Archer, Geomancer, Lancer. And then absorb ice, half fire, weak against lightning. So these would be good to have just kind of like in the back pocket if we run into certain types of enemies. Especially since we're planning to use Lancer. These would be good for the Lancers. The gold shield is 25%. So both of these elemental ones are better than that. Matsuo is currently a knight. Veronica can use them? Oh, that's right, because she has the equip shield sub-ability. I believe. Veronica Vaughn. The sea bag. That's so funny. Alright, let's go ahead and buy one of each of these. And now let's look at these again. Attack power 8. Attack power 10. Nine. 8. Seven. Okay, so these are all just... I don't know why it's giving me access to all of these at the same time. Like, I would just buy this one. I'm going to go ahead and buy this because I don't want to have to backtrack to this shop whenever I unlock Samurai. And this one is for Ninja. So I guess I'll go ahead and buy one of those. But Ninja can also use the Flail, which has a higher attack power. It's considered a hammer. That's really strange. I'm going to go ahead and buy it. And I'm also going to buy the hidden knife. I think I want to buy this too. Well, no, because we've already moved on from Oracle. This one is 7 and this one is 8. Yeah, I can live with just continuing to use the Battle Bamboo if we go back to Oracle. I'm not buying the women's bag that's a women's bag. I don't even have enough money for it anymore. It's 53,000 to buy it. That's nutty. The C must stand for coach or something. I might go ahead and buy these two as well. Because who knows when we're going to unlock Bard and Calculator. We'll go ahead and buy those. Now let's take a look at this armor. A twisted towel wrapped around one's head strengthens oneself. Okay. Pretty much everybody can use this. 56, and then attack +2. So this is probably going to be an upgrade for most people. Let's take a look. Lowers his magic. So this is going to be good for the physical folks. Anybody who's wearing a green beret. Mustadio has nothing. We took all his stuff because we haven't been using him. That's the other, like, weird, like, decision paralysis thing, along with the side quest that we have going on right now, is these guest characters are really cool, and they're, like, part of the story, but I am feeling incentivized to use my rando characters and not the guest characters, and I feel like something could happen that would make me drastically realize that I would regret that, but it would be too late. But I feel like I'm already committed. There's also the chance that the game is going to force me to use them at some point, and then they're going to be underleveled, and I'm going to be really pissed off. But usually when the game forces us to use a guest character, you know, we still get to use our main characters. We just might have to, like, reload a save because we realize, oh, Mustadio isn't wearing any equipment. Let's add new equipment for him because he's going to be forced into this next battle. You know, that kind of thing. Okay. So we kind of want 2 twist headbands. How about the Brigandine? We're good on the Brigandine. We're kind of rolling with the wizard outfit instead of the Brigandine. Except for Ramza and Salome. So our physical people are wearing armor, and our magical people are wearing wizard stuff. I think the wizard robe is better than the wizard outfit. Well, I guess it's a give and take. Yeah, so we're good on that. Oh, this gives you float. Very interesting. Cancels don't move in lightning. That's extremely useful. What's everybody wearing for... Oh, we committed to the wizard mantle. That's right. It's hard to know how much that's actually helping us. Magic +2, physical +1, reflect, cancel sleep and death sentence. That would be very useful. Cancels confusion and charm, also extremely useful. Cancels don't move, don't act. Physical and magic +1, cancels slow. That is also really good. All of these accessories are super good. And this just gives us an 18% chance to dodge any attack. Which, to me, seems better than all the other things. Because those only come into play if we're facing status effects. This is like everything has a chance to miss. Getting wrecked because you didn't level someone? Yeah, it's a very common RPG problem. Okay, so I think we're gonna buy 2 of these twist headbands. One for Salome. And one for Veronica. They're going to lose 1 speed, but they're going to gain 2 attack and a little bit of HP. I think that's worth it. I think that's worth it. Let me check some stuff in formation first. Let's see. What did we just buy? We didn't buy anything that we're going to equip immediately. Ramza doesn't use weapons right now. Let's see. We wanted him to learn something specific from Monk. We wanted this Hamedo. But it's going to be a long time before he learns that. Maybe we just say that we're satisfied with counter, and we just move into Lancer. Because we really want to be a spear boy. But I don't think we have any spears in our inventory. So that's also an issue. So we would need to go somewhere that has spears. So we're probably going to have to do some save scumming here for a number of reasons. We're loving Matsuo with the blood sword. Not going to change anything there. He's a force to be reckoned with. Roberto, we want to move out of Summoner soon. This is the Reflect one, right? Yeah. What were we saving up for here? Was it Golem? It might have been Golem. Let's see. Silence. Is this another AoE heal? Because we already have one AoE heal. 3 vertical, 2 ally, range 4. Yeah, it's the exact same area of effect. 28 MP, 25 SP. So it costs more and charges faster. So I guess it's reasonable to assume that it probably heals more? Oh, that's right. We're saving up for half MP cost. That's why he's still a summoner. We really want this. And then we're going to move him into some other magic class. Probably Geomancer, because we need to figure out what that's going to allow us to class up into. Wow, he achieved level 4 monk just by coexisting with Ramza. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so Roberto's going to stay a summoner a little bit longer until he gets to 900 JP. And then Salome is trying to get to Lancer. Which she's ready to switch to be Lancer, but again, we need spears. So as soon as we have access to spears, we're going to switch her and Ramza to Lancer so that we can accelerate everybody's Lancer growth, but mostly Ramza's. She's learned move +2. Do we want to give her anything else? If you beat a monster, you can take it to a fur shop. This could be great for earning money. But I just have too many questions about it. Catch thrown item and keep it. These all just seem so situational. Steel Heart is like a confuse. It only works on the opposite sex. But some of these other, like, helmet, armor, shield things could be useful down the line. If we see something that we want, or we just need to weaken somebody. Could be something to fall back on. Jump +2, I don't see myself using. Secret Hunt. Again, very situational. Let's go ahead and get it. And then we'll grab Steel Shield and Steel Armor. Maybe we'll hit Steel Helmet before we switch to Lancer, but if we don't, I don't care. But yeah, we're trying to get everybody else to learn move +2, which is why she's hanging out in Thief. Alright, Roberto can finally afford move +2. That's exciting. How about Matsuo? Matsuo's already got it. Matsuo's there. How about Ramza? Yes! Yes! Amazing. Okay. This is another thing that we needed to happen before switching over to Lancer, was everybody learning move +2. Agrius is just chilling. Mustadio's just chilling. Not earning any JP. Probably going to regret it later. Okay. Oh yeah, we need to look at these twist headbands. So, let's see. We were thinking for Salome and Veronica. Well, if we backtrack to somewhere that has a spear, Salome's going to end up with heavier armor, I'm pretty sure. Let me look at something really quick. Yeah, Lancers wear heavy armor just like Knights. So yeah, we would immediately lose interest in the twist headband. But Veronica's gonna be a mediator for a little bit longer, I think. Because we might need, you know, level 3 or even 4 to open up a new class. And her having the gun is pretty awesome, so we're just going to leave that as it is. She can still use her black magic, she can counter. So, that's all good. And then Roberto is staying a summoner until he learns half MP cost, and then he's going to become a geomancer. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to save, and then we're going to do some scumming. So this is save slot 3. And we'll call this post Dorter shop plus JP spend plus Propo cash. Okay. Actually, let me set my abilities too. Because we have move plus 2 now. Oh, does Veronica have enough? Exactly enough! Veronica has exactly 520. Incredible. So all of our characters have move plus 2 now. This is absolutely massive. Movement range seems more important than attack or defense or just about anything to me. Okay. Let's save one more time. We can save in the same slot. Now, what I would like to do is move to some of these other cities for 2 reasons. I want to get back my other characters that I sent on propositions. I want to see what the other shops have. And I want to make a record in my notes of what the shops have. So that we can backtrack to them if we need to. And I also need to write down where we take propositions. So here's my plan. I'm going to go around to these different places on the map in such a way that I skip random encounters and just see the towns. I'm going to find out what I want to find out from the towns. And then once I've found out everything that I want to find out from the towns, I'm going to come back to this save file and then repeat the process, potentially while taking random encounters, to get some additional experience and class into new stuff. So like, for example, if I've got to go to another town to get the spears, I might as well take an encounter on my way there, or more than one, potentially, to help get me classed out of the certain classes that I'm in that I want to get out of, and into the next ones, right? And just make the most of these extra days that I'm going to have to use up before we go to Zeklaus Desert to Goland again. So, I'm going to write this down because I may forget. We're going to map shops and do some propos while we save scum. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a note of what is in the Dorter shop. So we'll go into the notes here. See if I can get the camera to unfreeze. Yo, what's up, Gad? How you doing, dude? So, Dorter has Samurai Ninja. In the weapons column. And then also Samurai Ninja plus staves, rods, and then shields. Light armor, boots, gloves, armlets, parentheses, status protect. And I may end up changing my mind and wishing that I wrote down the exact item list. But I feel like I would almost need like a separate notebook for that, which isn't entirely out of the question, I guess. I could use a yellow notepad for that. I'm pretty sure these inventories are locked per chapter. Do I have a yellow notepad handy? I want a fresh one. It would just be so much work to write all this down, and it might end up not being worthwhile. Well, I'll know after I do this save scumming stuff, so we'll see. Okay, so we're gonna save one more time. Same spot. Now I think the quest that I sent those folks on is from one of these 3 places. It might be Zaland, but I don't think it's any of these that we've been to more recently. So, I'm going to go to Garaland, and I'm going to not allow myself to get in a random encounter at Swiggy Woods. So if we hit a random encounter, we're going to reset. Okay, cool. To the bar. Is this our Propo? No, but there are 3 new ones. Ancient writing stolen from Garaland College. There's so little information about these. It's really scary. Like, in Tactics Advance, you know what you get. You know how long it takes. I guess this does tell you how long it takes, but usually, like in Tactics Advance, you know what you get if you're successful. And this one, you don't. It's really scary. Like, it's nice that we got 13,000 gil from that one mission, but like, did I need to send 3 people? Could I have just sent 1? Would I have better maximized my time by sending 1 person on 3 different propos instead of 3 people on 1? Did I get more gil because I took more time? Did I get more gil because I sent more people? Oh, you know, you just have to guess. You just have to wonder. And like, there's 3 different missions here. But how am I supposed to know which one is a better idea? Should I just send 1 person on each one of them? You know, like, none of them sound like battles. They just sound like somebody going to go get something. Also, we have new rumors. But these are the same at every bar, so we'll read these when we're done with all this. All right, what's at the Garaland shop? The sea bag. Armor is the same. Accessories are the same. Consumables are always the same. Okay, so Garaland. We have daggers and knives, plus staves and rods. Light armor. Boots. Armlets. Okay. Now, we're going to save. Because we got this far without a rando, we want to save. We're going to save in slot 4. But we're going to eventually go back to save slot 3. So this is successful to Garaland, no rando. Now we're going to try to go to Igros without hitting a rando at Mandalia, and we will reset if we do. Okay, so that's a reset. But we learned our lesson early on. We have to wait until we get to the formation screen to reset, or we'll just be on a black screen forever. Now, when we eventually go back to save slot 3 and do this in whatever optimized path we create for ourselves, we may realize that we want to take some of these random encounters. But for now, we're just mapping out the shops. So that's why I'm doing this. I know I'm playing in a very confusing way, so I'm trying to explain where my head's at. So we're going back to save spot 4, and we're going to keep going to Igros until we don't hit a rando. No idea what the percentage on this is, but it can't be that bad. Okay, to the bar. All right, so there's 2 different propositions here. So this one, you need somebody with combat prowess, presumably. This is not, presumably. And this is also now confirmed not where we got our proposition from. We're going to check the shop. Okay, so Igros has daggers and knives, but also swords and axes and bows. Wow, this mithril bow is pretty cool. It's more powerful than the spell ones. But I wonder if it's actually more powerful when you get the spell or not. Spears! Oh my god. Spears. Hello. Alright. We found our spears. So this is probably where we're going to have to backtrack to in order to get these spears that we want. But we're going to check all the other shops. We may find that they have spears too. So let's go to the next page here. Oh, I also forgot to write the date at the top here. I probably need a margin highlighter color for shops. That's probably a good idea, so I can quickly reference them. Okay, so this is Igros. Oh, and I'm writing these in the wrong color. I should be writing these in red. I'll have to go back and correct that. Luckily, orange to red is a pretty simple conversion. I wouldn't be able to go the other direction. So Igros has a ton of stuff. So we have knives / daggers. We have swords. We have axes. Is the flail the same? This is the same one, right? As the... Yeah, this is the same one. We have one of those. And then we have bows / crossbows. And spears. Shields. And then we have heavy armor. Which our lancers are going to wear. Yep. And then same accessories. Okay, cool. And this is not the bar where we got our previous proposition from. And then we can safely move to Fort Zeekden without risk of a rando. But I'm just going to save again just in case. We will save this as slot 5. And we'll call this Igros check. No rando. And then we can actually use this save file twice. We'll check Zeekden here. Okay, so Zeekden is not actually a place where we can shop. It's just not a place where we can get in a battle again. At least not right now. We're going to reset. Go right back to 5, and then we'll go down to the Thieves' Fort. I don't think the Thieves' Fort is anything where I can shop either. I think it's like Zeekden, where it's like a one-time battle. And we just can't get any randos there. Because it's like a special battlefield, probably. Something like that. So hopefully it doesn't take us too many resets to get to the Thieves' Fort without a rando. I think there's also a distinction, like these larger blue dots are shops. So maybe we just don't even worry about that. Okay, so I think what I want to do now is go back to save slot 3, and then we're going to check these other big blue dots. I can load from this screen, right? Yeah. So we're just going to immediately load 3 back here at Dorter. Because we may find these spears in a different location. Right? Okay, so this is going to be a tough one. We have to pass 2 rando spots here without getting hit. I guess we can go 1 by 1. That's probably the smart way to do it. Yeah, so we'll reset. We'll go 1 by 1 here, and we'll save every safe step that we get. This is just to save time. Obviously, it's faster to reset than do the random encounter. Plus, we may not end up even taking this random encounter if we chose to do it. Alright, so we're going back to number 3. We're going to do this until we can successfully navigate to whatever this next green dot is. A wizard arrives precisely when they mean to. Yeah, exactly. Come on, Aragway. Okay. So we're going to save again. And we can just reuse slot 4 here. That's totally fine. Okay, and then we hit the rando here, so we're going to reset again. So I feel like Zaland is probably where this other Propo was from Chapter 2. It'll also be interesting if we find out that there's more than one place to buy spears. Because then we'll have to decide which route we want to take. Okay, cool. Do a safety save again here. We can reuse slot 5. Just in case something happens if we step on Zaland here. Alright. Check the bar. This is where our other Propo was. So, salvage the trade ship. How did it go? We left Zaland Fort City and went to the recovery site of the trade vessel Hindenburg. This sure was the right job. The region is prone to high winds, but we tried our best. As a result, we were able to recover it. Various cargo was found in the recovered vessel, but nothing really all that great. But I guess this was a success. Next time. Okay, so we got almost nothing for doing this. So I'm inclined to believe that we would have gotten more if we had either done more days or more people. But we're mostly left to infer. It could also be that certain propositions have a higher yield baked in than others, and there's just no way to know. So here's 2 more salvage missions. Let's check the shop. Okay, so Zaland... I'm going to remember to write in red this time. Zaland has rods and staves. Light armor. Boots. Armlets. Okay. Let's save again, because we've got to cross another green dot. SS6 is now Zaland check, or Zaland Propos / shop check. Okay. Now we're gonna go to Lionel. Alright, we got it first try. There's so many of these Propos, like, the thought of doing all of these is so overwhelming, because I'm sure they're chapter locked too. Oh, this was the sword that, Gafgarian had. I don't know if we've seen this one yet. That might have been at Igros, but I don't think it was. But this otherwise looks like the same selection of weapons that was at Igros. So that might be it. There might just be a couple different shop variants that are assigned. So, that kind of makes sense. Lionel Castle having the same selection as Igros Castle. So, we have knives, daggers, swords, axes, bows and crossbows, spears, shields, heavy armor, and the same accessories. Okay, so it probably makes more sense for us to come here to buy spears and heavy armor, because we have to go to Zaland to get our Propos people back. Now, Gog is interesting because we've never got a chance to even shop at Gog. I don't think so. Okay, we're gonna save in slot 7 here. This is Lionel Shop Check. Now, we need to check Wargillis and Gog. Okay, we got Gog first try. Three different propos here. Eight days. Prefer those with knowledge of items. Man, I'm so overwhelmed by these. Okay, and this is the only place that sells guns. So I think we have actually looked at this shop before, because I remember seeing this. So Gog has guns / crossbows. No armor. And the same accessories. So accessories might be like consumables where all the shops are unified. And it's chapter based. Okay, now we're going to load back to save 7. And we're going to go to Wargillis instead of Gog. And this will be our last shop check. Because Golgorond is not a shop. Nice, first try. So 2 different propos here. The High Wind. Also, like, knowing that you have to come back to the specific city where you accept the proposition really, look at this guy. So is this the only place with a fur shop that we found? I think so. All right, and then this is the same inventory as Dorter. And oh, interesting. So Wargillis and Dorter are both called trade cities. So Dorter probably has a fur shop too. They must be unified somewhat. So I'm gonna write that Wargillis has a soldier office and a fur shop. And then samurai, ninja, weapons, rods and staves. And we have shields. And then it's light armor, right? Yeah, light armor. Same accessories. Okay, now that we have all this data, we need to make a route for ourselves. So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to go back all the way back to save file 3. We're going to come all the way down to Lionel to buy spears, and then make our way back up to these story points. And I think what I'm going to do is, because I have to travel that far just to get the equipment that I want, it behooves me to get the maximum number of random encounters so that I can take the maximum amount of experience and job points that I am giving up these calendar days for. So we're going to do 6 random encounters. We're going to do the exact opposite of what we just did. We're going to make sure we get a battle on every green dot. So I'm going to run an ad break here, and then we're going to reload save file 3, and then start this process. So all the way back to 3. And I'll see you guys in 3 minutes while I put this plan together. This will be the last ad break of the day. See you in 3 minutes.
Free for all! Three, two, one, go!
Pink is answered questions. Green is what to do next. Orange is rumor. But we still have purple highlighter. We just have purple highlighter. So purple highlighter would be shop information. Okay. Another sudden death. Pikachu wins again, emerging as a frontrunner. I was just cleaning up my notes here during the ad break. And I didn't even remember to mute the mic, so you probably heard me chattering away to myself. All right. So let's get our scores updated on the screen. Another one for the little guy. I guess they're both little guys. Pikachu goes up 3-1 after round 4 of 11. We still haven't done a prediction for this matchup yet. I'm sorry. I'm off my game today. I'm getting back into the swing of things, okay? Bear with me. You should be thanking me. I'm protecting your channel points from bad decisions. Okay. Let's get back to tactics. Welcome back from the ads. Okay. So, we're going to start this process here. We've reloaded file 3. Now we're going to make sure that we get an encounter at Aragway. If we don't get it, we're going to reset. I think I need to make some quick changes to my formation, though. We are done with Thief. So I think what I should do with Salome is... What might be smart, actually, is to go ahead and make her a Lancer and find other weapons that she can use. So that we can go ahead and start accumulating points for Lancer before we even have our spears. The other thing I could do is try out Geomancer. And see if I can just quickly get that out of the way and find what it classes into. Because how far did Veronica go with Oracle? Level 5? Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. And then Mediator... Mediator, we are at level 2. So I definitely want to take Mediator farther. Also, she has good battle prowess as Mediator. But we definitely took Oracle far enough, I think. I highly doubt we would need more than level 5 to open up something new. It's probably just needs to be combined with something else. The tricky part is like some of our combinations cross over between characters. Like Oracle Summoner could be a combination, but our Summoner is not our Oracle. You know? And then like Mediator could be a combination with yeah, I don't know. It seems like Mediator and Geomancer might go together, though. So that's a decent combo. Anyways, I'm getting into the weeds here. But we definitely can move Salome out of Thief immediately, because we had her in Thief so that everybody could learn Move +2. Everyone has learned Move +2, so she needs to move on. We also should probably move Matsuo out of Knight, because we don't need any more Knight JP. We just want him to be able to use armor and the Blood Sword. So let's take a look at the Blood Sword. Squire Knight and Geomancer. Oh, well that might be our answer. We could make Matsuo a Geomancer. That's perfect. We don't care about any of these abilities. We just want to see if it opens up more jobs. Now, like I was saying before, if it needs to combine with like level 2 or 3 of something like Time Mage or Mediator, we're not going to find it. Because Matsuo is only level 1 in those things. So that's a little scary. But if just level 2 or 3 of Geomancer gives us something, then, you know, great. So we'll class him into that. Ooh, look at his long hair. Wow. So look at this awesome new kit that he's got here. Bloodsword Flame Shield. He's ready to rock and roll. Less HP than as a knight, but still good HP. And he could potentially borrow heavy armor from knight. So we could teach him equip armor, and then he could be even more beefy. But we might be better off. We might be better off giving him equip sword. Because after Geomancer, he might move into some other class that can't use swords, and we'd still have the ability to keep using that blood sword. Because I think the blood sword is going to be good for probably the rest of the game. It'll eventually end up as a secondary sword on, you know, like a dual-wielding ninja, or somebody who's left ninja for something else. Because that's, like, kind of always the end game. I think. But, you know, there is also a world where he is a Lancer with the blood sword, just earning additional JP as a Lancer. So maybe we do that right now, instead of Geomancer. Because if Geomancer needs to combine with some other, like, magical class to unlock something new, we're not going to find that with Matsuo. We're going to find that with somebody like Roberto or Veronica. Ah, there's so many decisions to be made. Okay, we're going to do this, though. Veronica's going to stay a mediator. Roberto... Maybe we send Roberto into Geomancer. Well, no, Salome makes the most sense. Salome makes the most sense. Because we still want Roberto to gain JP for Summoner for half MP cost. Okay. Ability, learn, Knight, there's also a world where we keep him as a knight long enough to get both of these, equip armor and equip sword. But if he's going to Lancer, he doesn't need equip armor. He only needs equip sword. So yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to lean in really heavily to Lancer for a little bit here. Okay, here we go. So, Matsuo is going to learn Equip Sword. And he's going to become a Lancer. He's not going to stay in this class. This is just to start earning JP for Ramza. Now, we need to change Concentrate with Equip Sword. There we go. And we're going to change Item with... This is a tough one, actually. Probably Basic Skill. Because we're going to need to throw rocks. Because he's not going to have any other stall tactics. I mean, I guess items also counts for that, but... These random encounters should be pretty easy. So we'll probably be more likely to throw rocks at each other. We won't be earning any more Knight JP to go towards equip armor. So maybe once we get to Lionel and we get our spears, and we switch Salome and Ramza into Lancer, we can switch Matsuo back to Knight long enough to get this equip armor and then move him to something else. Okay. This is good for now. We're gonna leave this for now. Our Blood Sword Lancer. Cool. Love it. Now, Salome. Where is I think Salome is going to be the one to go to Geomancer now. Roberto staying Summoner. Veronica staying Mediator. Ramza isn't necessarily doing us any good as a monk right now. We don't have any more monk abilities that we are interested in. It's just a high damage class. We kind of were saving up for this Hamedo, which is like, instead of countering after getting attacked, you just counter and cancel out their attack, which is pretty cool. But I could also put him back to Knight to get more Knight JP for Matsuo to save time there. The issue with that, I guess, is that there's not really anything in Knight that we're interested in for Ramza either. Because I could also move him into Lancer with Equip Sword. Because he's currently wearing Equip Armor, and we wouldn't need that anymore. So maybe that's the play. And just to further accelerate the Lancer JP. Does he have enough to learn Equip Sword? He does not. Okay, so, this is kind of a good path. We could switch him to Knight long enough to learn Equip Sword, which will continue the Knight JP for Matsuo towards Equip Armor. Then once we have enough to do Equip Sword, we can switch him over to Knight. Wait. Or once we have enough to learn Equip Sword, we switch him over to Lancer, which should be before we actually get access to the spears. But if it's not, I don't think that would be anything lost. Yeah, that seems worthwhile. Because there's not that many new classes that we're going after right now. We just don't know what combinations are required. Ramza's pretty well set up for combinations, like he has almost everything at level 2. So I guess we could possibly make him the Geomancer and Salome the Knight. But Salome is kind of similarly multifaceted when it comes to checking combinations. Oh, you know what? We should probably do this right now. Because currently, she doesn't have a shield. So that would be great. But we're going to change to Geomancer, which I think has it built in. Okay, Salome's going to be a Geomancer. Let's take a look at this. Yes, they can use shields. Okay, so she's got that ice shield. That's great. JP up as well. That's great. I don't know if that applies for everybody. I don't think it does. Alright, so we're going to get her Geomancer up to, we'll just say level 3. However far she gets, I guess, until we get to Lionel. we'll reassess along the way depending on what we learn. Which shop had swords? Does Dorder have swords? I don't think so. No, it does not have swords. The only one that has swords is Lionel and Igros, but we're not going to go all the way over to Igros. That's too far out of our way. Okay. Let's see. So, Geomancers cannot equip heavy armor either. So they have a little bit lower HP. But they can equip shields. So making Ramza a knight would also help out our somewhat temporary Geomancer. So I think that's what we're going to do. I think we're going to make Ramza a knight, which seems kind of silly. But it's gonna give more JP to Matsuo and Salome, which is good. And then we don't need this equip armor anymore. We can do JP up again. And I guess we probably need to keep Guts for stalling. Even though our monk stuff would be better in a scary battle. But, yeah. This is going to be more about stalling than anything. Okay, I think this is our lineup here. Now, everything changes. Everything changes if we can't bring 5 characters. I don't know who we would leave behind. That would be a hard decision. So hopefully we can bring 5. We're going to save now that we've done all this shuffling. We can save in slot 3 again. Oh, one more thing. We're going to start some propos. There is a fur shop here. Okay, so trade cities have soldier offices and fur shops. Good to know. We're going to start some propos here. There's only one. Alright, so I think what I should probably do is just send 3 people. It takes 14 days. 14 to 16 days. So we're going to get 6 towards this right off the bat. I was thinking I could send 1 person and then stop in Zeeland and send 1 person and then at Lionel send 1 person, you know, because we've got these 3 extra people. But Dorder is easier to come back to than those other 2 cities because it's very like centrally located. And we're already going to do a 6-day round trip that's going to land us back in Dorder. So I think that's what I want to do. And I think it's reasonable to assume that sending more people either increases my reward or increases my success rate. So we're just going to do it. And I'm already well past the point of being able to complete every single one of these. So I'm also not going to worry about that. Oh, and we haven't read our rumors yet. Are these all new? No, these aren't new, but these 4 are all new. Okay. Rumor time. 3 months have passed since the Battle of Golofavia. the first all-out battle on a plain bordered by Lassalia and Limberry. Geographical relationships, baby. Let's go. Okay, so... Lassalia... and... Limberry... share a border. First battle of... I guess I would write the Lion War in orange. No. First battle of the Lion War took place there at Gulofavia. Okay. Death toll for the two armies reached nearly 400,000. This battle between those that fought side by side during the war is only creating many casualties with no end in sight. Many see the situation as a stalemate, and its length has brought pessimism among the people. So that's kind of reaffirming some of the stuff that we saw in the conversation between Goltana and his aides. Rescue of Princess Ovelia. Princess Ovelia, abducted from Orban Monastery, has been safely rescued. The mastermind behind her abduction was Gelwan, a close official to Goltana and Queen Ruvelia. Trying to bring her son to the throne, it was the queen's plan to persuade the minister, but those supporting the queen strongly deny these allegations. Furthermore, the minister has already been executed. The one who rescued the princess was a young knight named Delita, an assistant black sheep knight under Baron Grims. Recognized for his heroism, he is expected to be the next leader of the Black Sheep now that the seat is vacant, since the Baron was killed while fighting the Ryomoku. Okay. So this is interesting because these rumors give us a sense of like what the public believes, but they're not always necessarily accurate. I love the way that this is presented. So we can't take these as fact. We know a lot of the things within this aren't true already. Okay, so how do I want to parse this? It is believed by the public that Minister Gelwan abducted Ovelia from Orban. So we know that's not true, right? We saw Delita do it. That was the first scene of the game. After the little tutorial battle, we see Ovelia abducted by Delita. And then Delita shows up to Goltana and is like, this man abducted her, and kills him. Right? To serve his own ends. So we now can like pretty much know without a shadow of a doubt that that was a sham. You know, where Delita brought the prisoner out and the prisoner was like, yeah, the person behind it was Gelwan. And Gelwan is like, what? It wasn't me. I would never. You know, and then Delita just kills him. And that makes Delita look like the hero. But he was behind that whole thing. I'm sure we'll come to find out. Or maybe we're just left to assume. But it seems all but confirmed. So this part about it being the queen's plan to try to get her son on the throne is probably also made up and just completely speculative. Because if the queen is as like despotic and tyrannical as we're led to believe, why would she want anyone to be on the throne other than her? Especially if Orinus isn't even actually her child, which may be possible. The queen's plan to persuade the minister. So, okay, so we're going to write the public also believes Queen Ruvelia manipulated Gelwan. But Ruvelia's supporters deny this. Furthermore, the minister has already been executed. Right, so he can't plead his case. That's kind of the whole point. The one who rescued the princess was Delita. Okay, so for his act of heroism, Delita can ascend to leadership position of Black Sheep to replace the freshly fallen Baron Grimm's he recently served under. Right? So it seems like Delita is being opportunistic. He saw a path to power, right? My guy, Baron Grimm's, that set me out on this assignment, who he presumably looks up to, maybe not, doesn't really matter, sent him out on this assignment, and he finds out, oh, that guy's dead. So now there's nobody at the helm of this outfit that I'm in. And then he thinks, oh, well, if I impress Goltana could probably make me the new Baron Grimm's. You know, he'll move me up from just a knight in this outfit to the leader of this outfit. And he sees a way to do that by framing someone for the kidnapping that he did, right? Because no one else would know. Baron Grimm's is the one who assigned him to do it. He's dead. He's the one that did it. He's not going to tell. So all he has to do is pin it on Gelwan with some lowly prisoner who he probably bribed with like money or food or whatever, protection of his life. He's like, hey, I'll let you live if you lie for me. Some random captive dude. Sure. He doesn't know the implications. So he creates that situation that we saw at the end of chapter 2. He kills Gelwan, who was, not necessarily innocent, but didn't do that. And then that's enough for Goltana to be like, oh, not only is he like sowing discord amongst his aides and making Goltana not trust his like trusted right-hand men, but he's also seeing Delita as somebody that he can trust that's like protecting him. Meanwhile, he's just, doing like crimes of opportunity to like get more power. And we don't really know why Delita wants more power exactly, but we don't really need to explicitly be told that in order to believe that he wants it. Okay, Draclau's death. 3 months have passed since the death of Draclau due to illness. Okay, so the public does not know. The public believes Draclau died of illness. My man was ill. There are rumors that the leader of Lionel Castle was really assassinated. There is even one rumor that it was a murder by an unidentified monster. To support these theories, there was an attack upon the castle by thieves the night before his death, causing many deaths and injuries. The cause of death was said to be people were crushed to death. Interesting. So I'll write illness or assassination. Rumor of a monster. Okay, drought and flood damage. 10 years ago, the kingdom had a terribly bad harvest. Zeltenia and Limberry were devastated by drought and their harvests were half the norm. Norm? On the other hand, Galleon and Fovaham were devastated by floods. The harvests in the west were about half the norm as well. People left destitute in the war, and people suffering from famine migrated to Lassalia seeking refuge. Okay, this is more geographical orientation. So we had reason to believe that Galleon and Fovaham were neighbors in the west, and that's now been confirmed. So let's write that down. Galleon and Fovaham are western neighbors and suffered heavy floods. It's unclear if this was also 10 years ago. And then we already knew that Limberry and Lassalia shared a border, but now we also know that Zeltenia probably shares a border with either Limberry or Lassalia or both. So I'm going to write Zeltenia and Limberry suffered bad harvests and famine, parentheses, 10 years ago. And then it is reasonable to assume Zeltenia borders Limberry and or Lassalia. Refugees from all four affected kingdoms sought refuge in Lassalia. So my speculation here in parentheses. So Limberry and Zeltenia probably border Lassalia to north, east, or south. Okay. We're done with rumors. For now. I think these are also chapter locked. But we can still see some... I think we still see the rumors from chapter 2. So that's kind of interesting. All right, let me just finish my highlighting for the rumors. Gotta unfreeze the camera if I want you to see me do that. Okay, so let's see. This one goes to... here. I want to be able to tell which ones are different rumors. So that was a separate rumor. And then this one is all one. Oh, wait. And then this is also a rumor. I mean, it's not actually a rumor, but it's from a rumor. And I want to denote that. Okay. Yeah, that was future of the war. So we looked at 4 rumors. There we go. Okay, now we can actually do something. We're gonna save one more time. In slot 3. That's fine. So let's note what we changed here. So Propo start, JP spend, and rumor reads. Now, we need to hit a random encounter in Aragway. Got it. First try. Okay, cool. We can bring 5 people. So we don't have to think too hard about this. We have our 5. Theoretically, all of these should be 5s because they're not story battles. Now, our main goal here is just to farm JP for as long as we can. Because these enemies aren't going to give us a bunch of experience or good items or anything like that. We're just going to grind for as long as we can. And usually what that ends up looking like is we kill all the enemies until there's 1 left, and then we surround them, and we just stall for as long as it takes for all of the other enemies to turn into chests or crystals, and then we finish off the last enemy. Theoretically, it's possible to grind infinitely, but I'm not interested in doing that. Alright, who's getting shot first? I can't believe that guns are perfectly accurate. That seems so broken. Alright, well, this cat is probably the strongest enemy, and it has counter, so we'll focus our ranged attacks on it. Not really scared of these enemies at all. And they probably won't drop anything that we want either. From crystals or chests. But we're still going to maximize as much as we can. 74... 81. What kind of weapon do I have? Sword, right? Yeah. So we're gonna Probably better for me to just accumulate and wait. Because if I miss throwing the stone, I won't get any experience or JP. And that's the main thing we're here for, so. It's better for me to just take the sure thing. Man, these vertical columns are really annoying. Move +2 is incredible! No, not wait. Never wait. We can do yell. This guy's name is Dies. I know it's probably supposed to be Dias, but it's spelled like Dies, which is just really funny. So one of these red goblins will be our final enemy left alive choice. Not your type of game, Rez. That's totally fair. And I think even for some people that like a type of game like this, it's unlikely that they would play it this annoyingly. But I appreciate you lurking. Okay, I'm not going to throw a stone unless it's a 100. There's a 100. I'll take that. Yo, absolutely, man. Catch you later as well. Always a pleasure to have you. Okay, Roberto. You're not going to be doing very many physical attacks, so we're going to need you to do, like, white magic and stuff like that. So why don't we get you just right in the middle here. And we can do protect. That's a little too low odds for my taste. How about... Looks like shell is the same. That makes sense. Cure is definitely a little bit overkill. We could hit these guys with a summon while they're grouped together. I guess that would be fun. It kind of, like, accelerates the rate of the battle. But I'm not too worried about that. Goodness, puppies. Ooh. So that guy got taken out before he even got a turn. So I think we'll pick this guy up here as our final target. This blue-silver cat is very pretty. Oh, that animation is so good! That's totally a cat kick. Alright, I can sword this guy from right here, most likely. Oh no, that's a 1.5. I might not be able to do 1.5. From the front, I'm going to have low accuracy. Oh, I can get behind the cat and finish off the cat. Suppose that works. We'll take the sure thing. Because we do want to kill the other characters as quickly as possible so that we have a minimal number of turns that we have to wait around for their crystals to switch over. Even though that would theoretically give us more JP and EXP. I'm not interested in doing that infinitely. Alright, and we can attack this guy from the side. Goodbye. Dies. That's so awesome. Alright, no blindness. And then a blood sword counter. Too bad we don't get experience from the counter. That's the other thing, is we can potentially end the battle prematurely because we're countering. So we might actually have to run away from our... Oh, we did get hit with darkness. We may actually have to run away from our final character in order to extend the battle to the length that we want for safety. All right, what's my percentage here? 64 to kill. I like 100%. I can also get rid of this, right? Yeah. So this is a good use of my turn. They probably won't get that 21% again. But if they do, I can just repeat that process, I suppose. And I'll just wait here. Let's see. Is there another guy over here? No. It's just the two left. So we need to kill this guy and then just start walking away. I'll have Veronica do that. Let's see if... Does Roberto have counter? Roberto doesn't have counter, so he can be one of the people to surround the one we're keeping alive. Yo, what's up, Kurt? What's going on, dude? Welcome in. What were you streaming today? Oh, you're doing Final Fantasy VIII. Wait. Don't you hate Final Fantasy VIII? Oh, no, wait. Maybe you weren't playing that. That's just the AI trying to figure out what you've been playing recently. Kingdom Come? Deliverance 2? Maybe? How's it going today, dude? Nice to see you. Thanks for the raid. You were playing 8. Okay, let's hear about it. Let's hear about Final Fantasy VIII from Kurtman. You don't like 7. You don't like any of 7, like 7 OG or 7 Remake? I know you don't like Remake. I love connecting with you on that, because I don't like Remake either. I actually hate Remake with a fiery passion. You don't like OG either. Okay. Fair enough. Well, at least we have part of it in common. I love 7 OG. I love that game dearly. It's part of the reason why I hate Remake so much. But how's 8? How's that going? Folks, go follow Kurt, man. Fellow Jackie Soar enjoyer. Very funny, entertaining guy. Very welcoming, chill vibes over there. Go drop him a follow. Oh my god, speak of the devil and she shall appear. You enjoyed what you played. Lots of stuff to figure out with certain systems. Yeah, for sure. That's kind of where I'm at with this game, too. What's up, Jackie? How are you? Nice to see you. I missed all my Jackie Soar peeps while I was gone. Can I just say? And all my Discord and Twitch friends. Been watching, also hate Remake and Rebirth, love OG7 though. Thank you for unlurking to commiserate, Soccer13. Welcome in, nice to see you. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna like if somebody tells me they really like Remake and Rebirth, I'm not gonna like go in on them. But if somebody tells me that they don't like Remake and Rebirth, I'm gonna be like, oh, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. You know, let the enjoyers have their fun. Whatever. It's not a fight I'm gonna win anyways. But if I meet a fellow hater, let's talk about it. 8 is good too. Mechanically, I love Final Fantasy VIII. It's so much fun to play around with. It's kind of like this, where there's just all this like customization and you have all these little like decision-making things that are like slightly overwhelming, but also like freedom and fun. But that story is a mess. But the music and like just the vibe of Final Fantasy VIII, it's very vibes. You know, it's similar to like, it's you know like those Kingdom Hearts people and those Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy X people. It's just like, it's just about the vibes. Like, it doesn't have to make sense. It just feels good. And I get that, but I also struggle with it. I don't prefer that. I prefer for things to make sense and like be like explicit. You know, like I'm all for subtext. I love me some subtext. We got a lot of subtext in this game. I like digging for more, but like you gotta give me some baseline. You gotta give me some structure. Anyways, we are grinding in Final Fantasy Tactics a little bit here. We just got access to a new class that we're really excited about, and we need to go to a place where we can buy equipment that class can use. So on our way there and back, we're choosing to maximize our time wasted by running into random encounters and grinding, which we're not necessarily guaranteed to do. And then we are doing these random encounters in a very calculated way so that we can get the most out of them as possible. All right, Roberto's going to go over here and give this guy a whack. Rip your counter. And then we'll have Veronica finish this guy off. Ba-bang. And then she can just stay there. So now we have one enemy left alive, and our goal is actually to keep them alive until all of these other enemy carcasses turn into crystals or chests. And then that's our cue to finish the battle and get out of here. Because every time you take an action, even if you don't do damage or hit another character, you get experience. So, we're just maximizing our experience here. And everybody has skills that can just have them just stand in one place and earn experience without killing this enemy. We really like this one called Accumulate. Especially given the name, because we're using it to accumulate experience rather than its original intention. I'm sure that joke has been made many times over the years. But we gotta watch out because all of our characters, except for one, can counter. So we want to make sure that we don't accidentally kill this guy by countering. Roberto doesn't know how to counter, so I think we're just going to keep Roberto close to him as a proc. And Roberto can keep taking damage and heal himself to continue to earn JP. So that should be perfect. If we keep the rest of our characters out of his movement range, he probably won't go after them. And everyone's just going to stand over here and accumulate while we wait for these carcasses to turn over. And by not moving, we get our next action faster, which means more experience. So once I have everybody into position, I'm not going to continue to move them. What does this do? Raise faith? Can I use that on myself? Oh, it's only 57% accurate. Okay, so we're in a bit of a bad situation here with Veronica. Veronica doesn't have access to accumulate right now, which means we don't get free experience. So we're probably going to have to settle for casting low-level magic on our friends. And this is also only 77% accurate, but that's better than preaching. So we're going to have to go for it and hope that it hits. Alright, so Rams has already got his next turn again. As you can see, he didn't move last turn, so came back around real quick. Only a few hours into 8, so by the end your opinions can change, but it has some stuff that you think could be really interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try to catch some of those streams because I really want to see your reactions to some of that stuff. Alright, we'll just Let's see, how much health do I have? Okay, I can heal myself. I'm just going to come up here and hope that he takes the bait. And we'll just do a low-level cure. I want to preserve my MP so that I can do that action as many times as possible. Alright, fire went off. If we had missed, we wouldn't get the JP, so that would suck. Tactics is right up there for your favorite Final Fantasy? Nice. I've been loving this game so far. It's so different than like a numbered Final Fantasy. Like, I don't really think I can categorize it alongside them. It just doesn't feel right. It's so much its own thing. But it is absolutely brilliant. Both mechanically and narratively. Hey, Gold Saucer, how are you? Welcome in, thanks for the follow. Doing okay, good to hear. Okay is good. This is the original version. This is the PS1 version, Soccer. I went back and forth on which version to play. I have both. And there's decent arguments for both versions. But I ultimately decided to play this one because I'm reading the dialogue out loud. And I don't trust myself to properly read iambic pentameter Shakespearean dialogue out loud and also understand it. So that was why I chose to do the original. I mean, also like streaming from the PSP is like not ideal, but I do have the ability to play PSP games on hardware with a controller, but it wouldn't look quite as good, and we'd have like slowed down laggy animations, which is not the end of the world, but it's definitely lesser than this one. So all that pointed me towards, I think I'm gonna have to just shoot my allies to guarantee accuracy. But I'm gonna have to move a little bit. Because this tree is in the way. Because this will be 100% accurate. Yeah. So I just gotta be careful that I don't murder my characters. But this way, at least we know for sure that we're gonna hit, and therefore get JP. You prefer the OG dialogue, but newer stuff is cool. Yeah, I love the idea of the florid, dressed-up dialogue. But it needs voice acting and like the right direction to really carry it forward. Because like reading Shakespeare is so hard and requires so much like external acumen to be able to properly parse. Versus like if you see somebody act it out, even if you don't understand exactly what they're saying, the inflection of the properly trained actor and like their mannerisms and the way they're interacting with other characters and stuff, there's so much more contextual, like context clues for you to understand what they're saying means versus just reading it on a page. You know, you don't know who they're looking at. You don't know the tone of their voice. You don't know which words they're emphasizing. You know, you would have to have all this like thespian knowledge and like, you know, grammatical knowledge to be able to intuit that while you're just reading it. And you run into the same problem with War of the Lions. Like if you're playing Final Fantasy 12, there a lot of that same thing kind of happens where some of the lines you're like, what does that mean? But like at least the acting of the line gives you some information, and like the tone and like who they're saying it to. Like you might be able to tell like, oh, they were being sarcastic about something. I don't know what it means, but they were being sarcastic. Or, oh, the person that they said that line to was upset, so they said something upsetting, you know? But you don't see those facial expressions and hear that timing and all that stuff when you're just reading it. So I was very worried about that, trying to go in and like read all of that War of the Lions dialogue out loud and trying to understand a story that I knew was very complicated. So, yeah. Okay, back to accumulating. I can't even talk and play the game at the same time, much less be Shakespearean. So yeah, we're getting so many extra actions just by not moving. The little goblin guy hasn't done anything in a while, but we've had a bunch of go-rounds. And Roberto's just going to stand here and keep curing himself while this goblin wails on us. We're also curing the goblin, which is kind of funny. I guess we don't have to do that. Alright, there's our first treasure box. Treasure box is preferred to a crystal. A phoenix down. Well, we'll definitely make use of that at some point. Alright, we're in an ad. I'm going to keep playing through the ad since we're just grinding. I don't think y'all are going to care. We're in extra innings anyways, so I need to get this battle done so I can end stream. I normally end at 5. But seeing as this is the first gameplay segment of today's stream, I feel like I should do something. We spent 90 minutes catching up and yapping, and then spent 2.5 more hours just like reading stuff and save scumming and shopping and menuing, because that's just the nature of this game. So we're just going to keep going with it. No, not attack. Accumulate. We're going to be so stacked by the time we get back to Dorter. I didn't realize that character's name was Illusion. Okay, he failed to hit me. And then he's going to go stand in the corner. That's perfect. Well, I'll just block you in. So now you really can't go anywhere. I can't heal myself anymore and earn JP. So I'm going to have to attack him. I guess I can just alternate between attacking him and healing him. Oh, also he has counter, so I can heal myself. Okay, and this crystal is not preferred. We prefer chests because crystals just give you HP or the ability to inherit one of the enemy's abilities. But we can't learn skills from monsters. So we don't care about crystals when we're fighting monsters. We only care about chests. Oh, she takes less damage from the gun. We'll shoot her. Okay, another treasure box. That's good. What do we got? An ether. That's a good pickup. There's still one enemy carcass left that we're waiting for it to change over. I'll go ahead and send Matsuo over there. Nice. Job level up for Lancer. That's very important. Welcome back from the ads, folks. I've just been grinding. You didn't really miss anything. We got an ether. We'll just stay here. So, after we get this last drop from this last goblin, we'll probably just end the battle. We could theoretically just stay here forever. Or not forever, but we could... Well, maybe I'll keep going until Roberto runs out of MP. That might be a better stopping point. Alright, we got another treasure box. We got really good odds. 3 out of the 4 drops were treasure boxes. So I'm just going to hang out here and keep healing myself until I can't heal myself anymore, and then I'll take this guy out. That'll give me just a few more rounds of JP farming. So the main purpose of this is, I guess for anyone that's new here, I am playing this game completely insulated from information. So I'm not looking anything up. I'm not allowing anybody to help me. Pretty much everything I play, I do that same thing, but I'm being extra strict with this game. Absolutely zero tolerance for any type of leading questions or help or tips or strategies or anything like that. That's just what I want. So, as a consequence of that, I don't know what combinations are required to unlock certain job classes. I know what the job classes are, and I can try to guess what some reasonable combinations might be, but we've already learned that a lot of them are kind of nonsensical. So we're just kind of playing around with the different jobs that are available and getting them up to like level 2 or 3 with certain characters to see what we might be able to unlock. And we've been fairly successful so far. I'm trying to figure out how to get ninja and samurai, because I'm very excited about those. And again, don't tell me anything if you know. Please understand, this is not me asking you. It's more fun for me to figure it out. But, yeah, we have a couple different things that we're trying here. So I, like, specifically have everybody in a specific class that I want everybody to be earning JP for. And that's why we're taking all this extra time to farm JP for those specific classes. So when we're done with this battle, it might be time to add some new abilities that we're working towards and then class somebody into something new. But if not, you know, they'll just stay with their current loadout until we get the answers that we want. Like Geomancer, this is our first time using Geomancer, and we're not really interested in going all the way with Geomancer with anybody. I'm not interested in any of the abilities or the passive skills that it has, but it's probably needed in a combination to class up into some other job. And I do want to have access to all of the jobs. I want to understand what classes into what. What is going on down there? Holy moly. Oh, we're getting a package. Good job, puppies. They're letting the delivery person know that they are not allowed inside. Good job, puppies. Thank you. That last little half bark from Nima was like, and stay out. Okay, we still have quite a bit of MP left. So we've got quite a few more go-rounds here. Just let this guy keep wailing on us while we heal ourselves. This is a nice little setup we got here. And I think Roberto's going to run out of MP before Veronica risks killing any of her fellows. So I'll just keep shooting until then. I guess I could have Ramza wish on Salome, and then I could shoot Salome more if need be. But I don't think it's going to come to that. Because Roberto can cure, I think, only 2 more times. Yeah. So that won't take long. Everybody else just accumulating. Yeah, especially since she only takes 18 damage for some reason. Which doesn't make any sense, because Ramza's wearing heavy armor and she's wearing light armor, but she takes half the damage that Ramza takes. Roberto's also getting a little bit less JP than the others, I think, because his action takes more SP, which is like the amount of like ATB, basically. Oh, I can't heal myself. Okay, so I need to try to attack him. Only 82%. Okay, good. Luckily we got through. And it's actually good that he countered us, because now we have something to heal next turn. And we can't counter him, so we won't get procced and end the battle before we want to. That's why Roberto's over there. He's the only character in our lineup right now that doesn't have counter. Because normally you always want that. Sometimes you'll completely reconfigure your abilities for a grind battle so that you can make sure that it lasts as long as you want to. Taking away counter and, you know, guest characters and things like that makes it really easy. Oh my goodness. Puppies are on full alert. Hopefully that's not hurting anyone's ears. I apologize. Doesn't wake up the little guy, though. He's just sleeping away. He's very tired. His first nap was really bad. So he's catching up with the second nap. He's learning to sleep unwrapped. And he was having a little bit of trouble. Alright, Roberto's got 2 more heals. Now, if we were really feeling scummy, we could, like, restore his MP and just keep this going for longer and longer. Yo, what's up, Clacy? How are you? Welcome in. Nice to see ya. Yeah, we're doing some tic-tacs. Also, this is a first playthrough and I don't want to know anything, so just fair warning. I'm not, like, trying to, like, minority report you. Just letting people know when they come in. Ooh, Saga Frontier, nice. I've never tried a Saga game. I think I rented Romancing Saga on the PS2, which I think is like supposed to be one of the worst ones, and I was like 12 and I definitely had no idea what I was looking at. I was just trying to like consume as many JRPGs as possible because I had just gotten the bug. And I was going nuts. But other than that, I've never touched a Saga game. They somewhat intimidate me. I don't know if it would be my thing because of how like multifaceted and like non-linear it is. That kind of scares me. That's not really my style usually. All right, we got to stop shooting Salome now and start shooting Ramza. You're like the least likely to share info? Awesome. And you're extra welcome here. We love a non-sharer. Okay, one more white magic, and then we're ready to close this thing out. Didn't know what to do, so you never looked back. Yeah, that's exactly where that was exactly my experience with this game too, Clacy. Like, my first Final Fantasy was 9, and then I played 7, and I was like, okay, I just need to play all of these games. I want to play all the Final Fantasies, and I can play them all on this PlayStation 2 console that I just got. And so I was just buying all of those up and like renting other JRPGs and just anything that looked like it was potentially a Japanese RPG. I wanted to put it into my PS2 and put it into my eyeballs and ear holes. And I remember my neighbor, who was like my best friend, got this game. because it said Final Fantasy on it, you know? Because we were both kind of in the same spot. Like, we both played 9, and then we both played 7. And then he got this. And we were like, whoa! And, like, we thought it was super cool, but we had no idea what was going on. And I think the same thing happened. We got to, like, the second or third fight, where, like, the archers show up or whatever, and we just got slaughtered. And we were like, nah, this game's too hard. I don't know what's going on. We didn't understand the concept of grinding, and we had no idea how half of these skills worked. So it was way over our heads. We were like 11 or 12. So I'm surprised at myself because I consider myself such a Final Fantasy fan that it has taken me this long to play this game for the first time, but I'm also glad that I am approaching this game with as much, like, you know, wisdom and knowledge that my current age and walk of life affords me. Because I'm doing, like, super intense, like, spiral notebook analysis with, like, color coding and highlighting, and I'm going, like, all in on the story and, you know, all that kind of thing. And I wouldn't have been able to do this. I wouldn't have been able to do this even, like, 5 years ago, much less 20 years ago. Yeah, we're going all out. This has been a long time coming. I've been building up to this for a long time. Chat picks all the games that I play via Discord poll. And this game has been on every single Discord poll since I started doing them, which was like 5 years ago. And it's finally won. So I've been building up to this for a long time, and I intend to milk it and slow play it for everything that it's worth. Sometimes when I play a long game on stream, I feel compelled to you know, be somewhat expedient and, like, make a certain arbitrary amount of progress every stream or whatever. But that's not the case with this game. If this game takes me 3 years, it takes me 3 years. Alright, and that's all she wrote. Good job, everybody. So I'm going to check in and do some more menuing here while it's fresh in my brain. 10,000 gil is nothing to sneeze at either. Thank you. We did just spend a bunch. But we're embarking on a 7-day round trip / grind before we progress with the story here that we've plotted out. But I want to do some menu cleanup here before we close it out. I'm in extra innings here. I normally only stream till 5. It's 5:30. So I'm just going to check in on our progress here. So Ramza is currently a knight. We want him to learn all of these. And we also want 2 other characters to learn these. So that's why we have him in knight and why we're going to keep him in knight. And then Matsuo is using a sword. He's using blood sword as Lancer. His current purpose is just to build up Lancer JP for the other characters. He's not going to stay as a Lancer. Samurai. Oh my god, we got Samurai. So what was the prerequisite for this? Oh, I gotta go to the job menu to figure this out. Foreign warrior who forges their soul by improving swordsmanship uses skills that draw out the spirit of the sword. Level 3 knight, level 4 monk, and level 2 lancer. Whoa! See, I would have never expected a triple combination. What job am I vibing with so far? Okay, so I've played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance and beat it many years ago. So I have some translated skill bringing that into here. And I've played a couple other tactical RPGs too. Very different game tonally, but mechanically very true to form and very addicting. I had a blast with that game. Okay, so let's take some notes here. Let me get the notes camera unfrozen so you can see. This freaking camera, dude. Yo, what's up, H-Monk? TA is good. I agree. It's a very good game. It has kind of like the Chrono Cross problem. Or like... I don't know. There's other examples of that where like people fault it for not being Final Fantasy Tactics 2, even though it's not Final Fantasy Tactics 2 kind of thing. It had like that destiny projected upon it, and just because it's not the same, people get mad, but it never set out to be the same. I don't know, it's kind of annoying. It happens a lot. Okay, so I'm gonna write some notes about Samurai here. We don't use the purple marker very often, but I want to remember this. I want to have an easy way to reference back to these prerequisites. So, level 3, Knight. Level 4, Monk. And level 2, Lancer. This bodes very well for Ramza. Because he's basically on track to do these things. However, I like being a spear boy. And I like the idea of having my main character as a spear user, because I just love that. It's just an aesthetic that I've always been a fan of. So we could just move Matsuo right into Samurai now that he's unlocked it. Because it's possible that Samurai leads to Ninja. We don't know. And he has the equipped sword ability, so we can continue to use this blood sword if we want to. We do have a samurai sword in our inventory that I pre-purchased. Oh, another thing I want to see is if they use heavy armor. Yes, samurais use heavy armor, which is great. Alright, let's see if Ramza has it. Yes, Ramza has access to samurai. So, we need to look at the knight skills for these other characters. Okay, Roberto has enough to equip these two, either one of these two. Our plan was to move him... Actually, I don't remember what our plan to move him was. He works well as a summoner. Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay, we want this. We want half MP. Roberto is going to stay magic user. So he's allowed to class out of summoner now if he wants to. That's what we were waiting around for, was half MP cost. It would be nice to have that on other magic users, and he could stay in summoner for that, but eh. We could either... Let's take a look at what we would want to move Roberto into. He could go back to Chemist. He could go back to Priest. He could round out with Wizard. We could just have him, like, master all of the magic classes. That could be kind of fun. You liked FFTA slightly better than FFT, though you can understand why people may not. Yeah, I get why people like the darker tone of this story and just like the premise of this story more. I totally get that. I do too. But mechanically, Tactics Advance is more polished than this game. It's easier to like figure out what combinations you can do. There's more robust customization in how you can carry things over from one job to the other. So you can like take it a lot farther if you're really into like breaking the game and like mechanical freedom and combination. I would say that is much better in Tactics Advance than this one. I think I've played enough of this game to see that that is true. Yeah, maybe we'll just make Roberto like all-time quarterback magic user, and he can just master all of the magic classes. Because that might lead us to like calculator or what are the other remaining ones? Bard. And I don't know what DC is. We don't know what DC is. And again, don't tell me. So, the question is, do we stay in Summoner for a bit longer because he's earning towards some kind of magic class, and then he's also helping people get closer to half MP? Or do we send him into a different magic class and hope that we're headed for like a combination? Because do we have anybody on Priest Wizard that exceeds 2 and 2? Well, Time Mage is both of them, right? Let's go back into this menu really quick. Time Mage is just level 2 black. And then Priest and Wizard, black and white, are unlocked by Chemist. Oracle came out of Priest. Geomancer comes from Monk. Lancer comes from Thief. That makes no sense. Level 2 Squire. Level 2 Squire. So Squire splits into Knight and Archer. That makes sense. Monk comes from Knight. That kind of doesn't make sense. So yeah, Samurai. Samurai is our first class that requires a combination. And it requires a combination of 3. That's really surprising. I was expecting that we would have seen something that requires 2 before something that requires 3. So far, before Samurai opened, it was just level 2 in something else. Or level 3 in something else. So we were kind of operating under the assumption just like go to level 3 in the new job and then move out. And so far that still seems to be true. Although was one of these 4? Yeah, this one's level 4 monk. Well, luckily Ramza was a monk for a very long time, so everybody probably has a pretty good monk level. I don't know what I want to do with Roberto. Let's come back to him. Salome. She got up to level 3 in Geomancer. I don't care about any of these abilities. Don't care about that. This seems useful. Just raise my attack power and then class into some other physical class. Walking over water does seem good. And we haven't seen lava yet in the game, but that could be a thing later on. But we plan to class her into Lancer as well once we get to Lionel. But until we get to Lionel, I don't know what to do with her. I feel like Geomancer and Oracle might go together. But I don't know. I think I'll just leave her as a Geomancer for now. At least until we get to Lionel. Or maybe just one more battle to get her to level 4. Veronica, what level mediator are you now? Level 3? I feel like I should probably take everything to level 4 now to search for combinations. So if someone's going to class out right now, I think the answer is Roberto. I think everybody else kind of wants to stay with what they're in. But there is a world where I immediately move Ramza to Samurai. Because Ninja could be level 2 Samurai, you know? Instead of like another 3-fold combination. And it would be cool to find that out before we get to Lionel, where we're buying spears. Oh, sorry, I still have the notes on the screen. Not that we're doing anything important here. Okay, let's go back to the knight JP. So Matsuo needs 100 more for equip armor. He would like 100 more for equip armor. Roberto would like a little bit more Knight JP as well. Salome doesn't have any of those. Veronica is pretty much good to go. Oh no, wait. Oh yeah, so everybody wants more Knight. So we're gonna stick with Knight. Getting everybody to half MP seems unrealistic. Salome and Roberto are gonna be our magic users going forward. Matsuo is always gonna be physical. Veronica's always gonna be physical. They have super high brave and low faith. So it would be stupid to do that. But I don't know what endgame looks like for Salome. Salome is kind of our... like our all-around person. Ooh, the female samurai armor looks cool. Let's look at her summoner. Wait, how does she have no summoner, JP? Oh, I see. She doesn't have the she's probably got summoner JP, but she doesn't have the prerequisite to class into it. What's the prereq? Time mage. So... okay. So let's get her to level 4 Geomancer, and then we can have her dip into Time Mage for one battle, which should be enough to get her up, just to open up Summoner so we can see where she's at with the JP she's accumulating. So I have to imagine that she is earning Summoner JP invisibly, or at least I hope she is, but maybe not. Okay, and then Veronica is going to stay. Okay, so all of that just to figure out that everybody is going to stay in their current class in the next battle, except for Roberto. So, what would we want to do with Roberto? I guess we could also move Roberto into Time Mage, and maybe that takes care of Salome's Time Mage. That's also a possibility. But I don't know if we want to do that. Because I like the idea of giving Roberto a bunch of magic classes. That could definitely lead to Bard, Calculator, or whatever the DC one is. I'll need to rewatch the Attract reel to figure out what DC is. So do we go Wizard? Or do we go Time Mage? I think we give him Equip Shield and then send him into a new magic class. Well, he doesn't really need the shield right now, actually, because these enemies are super weak. I just need to decide what to move him into. Okay, well, I'm going to take some time off stream, because I need to get off, to decide what to change him into. But tomorrow, when we come back, we're going to continue our random encounter grind shopping route that we've mapped out. So reclass Roberto before next Rando. Everyone else stays for at least one more Rando. Okay, so that's my note for myself tomorrow, so that I don't do a bunch of menuing at the top of the stream to remind myself. And then this is save slot 4. Because we are pre-Zyrkyle. And we'll have to make sure that we hit a Rando there. So when we come back tomorrow, that's what we're going to do. We're going to do more Randos. We're going to work our way down to Lionel Castle, where we're going to buy spears. Then we're going to reclass into Lancer with 1 or 2 characters. And then we're going to work our way back and hit Randos again on these 3 green dots on our way back to Dorter, where we will save before we move on to the next story fight up here at Goland Coal City. That is the plan. So, see you tomorrow for that. Quick housekeeping. We're starting Uncharted 2 on Tuesday. That's a brand new game. We thought we were going to start before the break, but it didn't work out. But that's actually better, because I probably wouldn't have remembered anything that happened 2 weeks ago. So we're going to find somebody to raid here. Please stick around if you can. I'm going to go drop in on someone and say hello. See what's going on. Oh, okay. Well, we got to go raid into Cap. Cap is doing a marble roll. Big fan of Caprolog. Very cool channel. You may have previously known him as Goated Quest. He's a very talented guy. Very entertaining. So, where's my button? There it is. We're going to go say hello to Cap. He's deciding what game he plays. He's got a big list of games that he puts in marbles on stream. He runs the marble race, and whichever marble wins is the next game that he plays. He's a lot like me, where he takes it super seriously. He builds out like a press kit for the game to like get us in the mindset of this is the game we're most excited about in the world, and it's coming out today. It's a very fun journey to go along with. I'll see you on Tuesday I'll see you tomorrow for more Final Fantasy Tactics, I hope. Whenever we fill up the sub goal, there will be a bonus stream on Sunday where I play point and click with the lady. We play together. We're going to be starting Grim Fandango whenever the sub goal fills up. Not this Sunday, necessarily, unless we hit it tomorrow. Uncharted 2 on Tuesday, and then more Tactics next week, Thursday and Friday. See y'all in the next thing. Let's go say hi to Cap. Y'all be good, all right?